welcome to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila on this fourth edition. Actually, not fourth edition. It is the fourth episode, right? Yes. Welcome to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. And without any further ado, it says if a man needs too long introduction, he doesn't deserve one. And he who has the opportunity to introduce himself with so much doesn't require one. Ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, live on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube, in the studio is the newest CEO, Woo! The one and only Daniel Lugwama Chigozi, aka Navio, actually known to you. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
We're not allowed to shake hands.
Yes. A sanitized bonga will suffice.
Yes. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm good. Can't complain, man. It's been a testing time, to say the least.
Yes.
These COVID environs are not for the faint-hearted.
Yes.
But I think it's been an interesting one and a challenging one.
Yeah.
And I think we enjoy a challenge. Me personally, I've had to have seen this like a challenge, and I've had to kind of cultivate a positive mind frame, to make it through everything that's happened. So I'm okay. Let me say that I'm okay for now. Yes.
yes. Well, welcome to the CEO Bench.
Thank you.
The CEO Bench often bring people like you to the bench. And the reason for the CEO Bench is to discuss leadership, change management, and of course transformation of human beings, foray into the people that we become today, the change society. And you are of course the newest CEO, I would say, from the top.
Yes.
And we thought about you. We often look for the CEOs. We ask people to vote and say, who do you want us to bring on the CEO Bench?
Yes.
And this week, you actually won the vote.
Thank you, my fair people of Uganda.
Yes.
And the world, actually.
So you are talking to over 1.8 million people in Uganda, but these are Ugandans.
Yes, absolutely,
and
man.
about 15,000 people on Facebook. That are looking forward to this interview.
Nice.
So welcome to the show.
Thank you. Etienini,
Etiabe,
Jebale, Ariamabe, all of them. Yes.
So Danny, let's start from this. This is actually Navio. Navio is known to you as Daniel Lugwama Chigozi is the real name.
Yes.
But he's actually known to you as Navio. And he's a musician. He's the CEO of Navco. And we're here to talk about Navio as the CEO, and we're looking at the leadership abilities that determines the level of effectiveness of a leader.
Yes.
And we're looking at the success stories of Navco.
Yes.
You have built Navco from scratch to where it is today.
Yes.
And we want to know what have you been through, what processes you've gone through, what you've done. But to start with first, we'd like to throw you to the deep end. Who is Daniel Lugwama Chigozi in a nutshell?
Daniel Lugwama Chigozi, I think, is I won't say competitive individual, but I'd say one that has been shaped by upbringing, has been shaped by a lot of other factors in my life have shaped my trajectory. So if you talk about business, the fact that I played sports, the fact that I was very in tune with what my family were doing, and they were older than me as far as business is concerned, I think all of these factors kind of chipped in and helped to shape the person that I am now. So I can say I'm a person who I think my brother is the first person I ever heard say work hard, play hard. When it's a play hard scenario, that is what will happen. When it's a work hard scenario, I expect people to switch those caps with me, So I've always seen myself as kind of a train, and I'm on that train. I'm heading in a certain direction. It's incredibly hard to stop a train, and I hope people jump on with me to see that common vision. I think that's kind of, in a nutshell, who I am. I like to kind of work hard, push my abilities. I don't have to be number one, but I do like to compete using my full experience and my full wealth of knowledge and my full physicality to kind of complete any task, which I get into.
If you had to rewind the clock back,
Yes.
to, let's say, a certain age when you are still young, back the days of clear cuts, which age would you be, and why would it be your very favorite age?
I think age 14, turning
14.
15.
Why 14, 15?
We're being put on a plane as 14-year-old, 15-year-olds, sitting first class next to the Oliver Mutukutsis of this world and the, Papa Wembas of this world, being flown, to South Africa for the Cora Awards. So you can imagine this is like otherworldly for us, you know. One day you're, catching a border, to an underground battle in DV8, and then off your second song, pretty much you're being flown out, and we are nominated for Most Promising and Revelation of the Year. So that was a beautiful experience, and I think those experiences were me still just as an artist. The business of music hadn't yet come in. The challenges, the supply and demand, the building a brand, none of those factors had yet come in. So it was me literally just as an artist on a plane, just enjoying myself, with all my boys.
And feeling good.
Yes.
So those moments when you look back down the road to that moment, when you guys were going for Cora Awards and you were nominated, what was running into your mind? Particularly you, and of course we can't talk for many other people, but I'm sure you shared the group. You, Papito, The Myth, Tom, JB, and then Langman. What was going in your mind?
I thought, this is going to be a really cool story. And because, of course, I started in a group basically kind of as like a hype man. I was like, wow, we've done something really cool. Anyway, back to school, we'll have this story to tell people. I had no idea that I'd be sitting here, 59 awards later, having toured over 30 countries. It must be close to 60 cities for music, having had accolades, having performed for my king several times, whether it's his 60th or there's a lot of small things that have happened that I could have never imagined, and things I would have seen and countries I've been to, all because of that moment, music and how it began, and then of course now changing me into the businessman that I am now. I had no idea that it could start from something like music.
So at 14, on the flight going to South Africa, and did you ever see yourself becoming a CEO of your own corporation?
Definitely not. That I didn't even know what the CEO. I'm sure I was calling it OEC by then, or EOC or something. I thought it was the East African Commission of Offices or something. I had no idea that the business role would take on a life of its own. So I always had music at the back of my head, even in school. And because of that, I knew that I was dealing with a dynamic, ever-changing, and in Uganda, a non-existent industry. Just as far as music was concerned, people were releasing music, but in terms of like hip hop and people breaking the mold by then, it wasn't really done consistently. You had very talented individuals who put their best foot forward and inspired us, but in terms of consistent work, I'm like, what are the frameworks that make this work? So I felt myself coming back holiday after holiday, learning a bit more about music, then going back to school, and I'd add a module of business, or I'd add a module of psychology, or I'd add a module of political science. And all of these things were kind of feeding back into the roles that I wanted to do. I thought I would be in the line of UN work, aid work. That was really my focus. I thought I'd move into that international relations space. Because I've always wanted to change lives and do something positive. But I knew that there's a lot of similarities between that world and this world. The music business.
There are two worlds.
Yes. Especially if you're treating it as a business. You will be on camera and you will be addressing people and you will be a role model of sorts. And I knew that there were a lot of similarities between the two. So I kind of prepared myself for such. Yeah.
Wow. Well, if you're joining us from all across the world, we are talking to Daniel Chigozie, aka Navio, who is the CEO of Navcorp. Navcorp is a company owned by, founded and owned by Navio as a musician. And I think he has already given you some really great insights on how it started and how it started, where it is, and where it's going is where we're going now. And so please tap your neighbor, tap your cousin, tap your sister, grandma, grandpa, everyone down and tell them there is a CEO called Navio.
Yes.
On television.
Yes.
Navio, we're going to talk about something very interesting.
Yes.
Change management.
Yes.
What is your idea of being a leader now that you're a CEO? First of all,
yes.
How did you become a CEO of your company?
I think for me it was born out of necessity. You know, there's only so long you can stuff money under your mattress. There's only so long you can stuff money in your cupboard and your shoe boxes, and eventually, if you're growing at the rate which we were growing, then you have to make allowances to expand and do them in the right way and a safe way. So it came out of necessity. First of all, setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. A personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you're now in
the interest become shares.
Yes, they'll be like, can I see your documentation? So as soon as you cross that threshold, you can't just be trying to balance things from your own account and such. So it really came out of necessity. The industry and my personal career had moved to a point where I had to be doing business professionally. You cannot just be directing 20, 30 ma into your personal account and not really keeping track of what's going on. And two, setting up a framework, I think, protects you at the end of the day. You have all your books and you've ticked all your boxes. There are a lot of people running around who do promotions companies, but you're actually supposed to get a live show component to your company. That has to be written in your memorandums, all that stuff. So there are a lot of people who can get shut down at a moment's notice. People can walk in and be like, do you have permission to do this live show? Do you have permission to be on stage? Whose songs are you singing? Your copyright and such. So it was really about necessity for me. And of course, the role of CEO, it's not one that I thought I could take on at the same time as being an artist. But I think it makes sense because you have the legwork that a lot of the management does, and you see the world, you have that inside view of the world of music yourself. And a lot of people want to meet you. A lot of businesses, you attract people and attract clientele, sometimes using your marketing. And unfortunately, the marketing is tied into me. So
because you're the product, you're the brand, and you're the product.
So they're like, where do we get this quality? Moving into the event space, for example, where do we get this quality of image? Where do we get this quality of sound? And the fact that we had the studio and we had the film angle and the event space and everything from weddings to a lot of things we're involved in. People could see that as a marketing tool, and we were kind of that thing that brought a lot of clients in, and then we could hand them over to management. So I think playing that CEO role was kind of important for me.
I want to just know from, if you're watching and following the show from anywhere, wherever you are, we're live on Twitter at HTV1 Uganda, and of course on Facebook, House of Talent Uganda /HTV. You will be able to find the show there. And we're live on our YouTube studio, House of Talent Uganda /HTV. Navio is talking to you. Now, you dream to become a CEO. You're a musician, first of all. You don't even know where to start from. And the role of a CEO is not for every, person on the planet Earth. Not everyone who walks on the street can become a CEO. the role is quite very hectic and requires you to have a very specific sets of leadership abilities as well as management skills to lead. And we're gonna go for the next 2 minutes before we go for a break, Navio.
Yes.
And I just wanted to break it down.
Yes.
What is it like to be the balance between the CEO,
Yes.
Navio,
Yes.
and the artist, the CEO Daniel,
Yes.
Wamachigozi,
Yes.
and the artist Navio?
Yes.
One is the brand, the other one is a leader,
Yes.
and this one is a product.
And they are together.
And they are together. How do you balance this equation?
It's really tricky. It's really tricky. I mean, getting a team who is used to that dynamic work, and of course, House of Talent. You guys have been part and parcel of even my earlier career, and things were very dynamic, and you kind of have to have those people you can rely on to delegate. Delegating, I think, should be, when they talk about leadership qualities, the ability to delegate should probably be in the first two of your priorities. The ability to look at something, oversee it, and then pass it on to a member of your staff or outsource if you must. Of course, everything happening in-house is better, but the ability to delegate, I think, is really important, because even though I'm handling whatever I need to handle, I could be in front of a stage trying to take a call to China, to sort out something, and my name gets announced to come on stage. If you do not have someone to pass that on to, then
somebody's calling you and saying, hey, by the way, we were looking for the CEO of Navcorp for a big deals. This is Sony, and you're going to say,
it's going the other side. It's really tricky to be on stage. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Switching from your Chinese to your Luganda can get tricky. So delegation, I think, is one of the most important tools that I've used to kind of balance the two.
Okay.
And then trying to, it sounds, of course there are other things before this, but I'll say healthy mind, healthy body. Trying to create a framework where my mind keeps working and keeps challenged, and I keep reading and keep trying to update myself is important. But also physically, exercising is important. I meet a lot of guys and CEOs of their companies, and they're like, yeah, man, for me, I don't believe in getting more than 3 hours of sleep, or I have insomnia, and I have what. That, to me, shows usually there's an imbalance in their life.
Yes.
You can't sleep and whatnot, you have an excess of energy. Human beings are supposed to exercise. It keeps the mind healthy. So as well as keeping your mind healthy, exercising and a balanced diet to a degree. I'm not perfect, but a balanced diet and trying to stay physical, it really helps.
Wow.
Just as far as longevity is concerned. Because as soon as the body tires, the mind tires, and vice versa. So these two actually work in unison. I'd say also in terms of keeping balance between, there's situations where it's past you. You have to choose which one you're going to do. You can never be ashamed of losing one deal in order to push the other. Sometimes you'll be in a situation where they invite you to Big Brother Africa. At the same time, there are people who want an event here, and they want you at the helm of that event. Big Brother, you have 400 million Africans watching, plus people online, plus you're getting paid. On the other side, you have a client that's come, future work, you might get a new reference. What do you choose? So
that is a real balance for CEO.
So those kind of decisions, and that's just the music standpoint, so you can imagine all the other things and the farm as well.
And the farm and all this stuff.
So you have those kind of deals that come in where people need shipments of stuff and product from the farm, and that's a very precise business. And that's one actually makes it easier to delegate. But as soon as you have stuff going in the event space and they want you at the helm, aid work, they need you at the helm. If you're doing a refugee project, and then they're flying in the Alicia Keys, and they need your presence there, the balancing act is very careful, but I think as a CEO, the most important thing is knowing you are going to lose something.
At some point.
Yeah, you can, like they say, you know, jack of all trades,
Yes.
master of none.
Yes.
You know, so sometimes you try and pull 17 different things.
Yes. And then
you fail at 16.
Wow.
But if you pick 3 or 4 things, concentrate on those, you know, you have a shot of excelling.
Wow, we're going to take a break, Navio, and when we come back, Navio is going to be telling us, I think you probably have an understanding of why this show exists, which is to talk about change management, changing from Navio, the artist, the 14-year-old who found himself in the plane going to South Africa for Cora and, you know, Clear Cut and the group, and now to Navio that had to transform himself to being a businessman and being a CEO, and the complexities that comes with that are not something to play around with. He's been the only CEO, so far we know, as an artist, transform himself into a CEO that is successful in actually running a corporation as a business. Now that's a plus. Stay right there, we're going for a break, and when we come back, Navio will be telling us more onto the CEO Bench. This is the CEO Bench. Welcome to the show. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the coffee break. In the studio this week on the 3rd episode of the coffee break is the man who makes everyone happy. Whenever you go to a coffee shop anywhere in the world, there is always a barista that makes you happy, that makes the coffee taste good, that mixes the coffee. The cupping of the coffee is done by the baristas. These guys have wealth of knowledge and experience in coffee. They bring happiness to CEOs, they bring happiness to MDs, to executive directors, to top people. But do they understand them? Do the top people understand the people who make them happy? Today on the show, we bring you the story and the man himself, the story of Amon Mukisa, who is the head of baristas at Ndiro Coffee in Kisementi, Kampala. And of course, he's going to be sharing with us his story of how he made it to the coffee industry. But also, he's going to be teaching us how to make the coffee. So on our table today, we have the coffee set up for him to teach us what the French press is, the story behind it, and where it's all started. Ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, this is the coffee break. Right here from the capital city of Kampala to the rest of the world. In the studio is the one and only Amon Mukisa. How are you?
Happy to be here, man.
Good to have you here.
I'm so profound.
And how does it feel to be?
Well, it's a nice feeling, I can say. It's a good job, guys, here.
Yes,
it's
yes.
a nice feeling. I'm happy to be here, and welcome to House of Talents.
Yeah.
And everything is hot, and my name is Amon Mukisa, like he said.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we want to get to this straight away. First of all, who is Amon Mukisa?
Well, Amon Mukisa is a young guy in his early 20s, single, of course. I head barista at Cement, like you introduced, but also besides being a barista, I run an online platform called Gather Now Network. It's a YouTube channel that hosts different people, especially the youth. And also I go to school. I'm still at campus at Cavendish University. So literally that's what I can tell you about me.
Yes, but where did you fall from heaven, from earth? Where did you come from? You know, just
well, coming from I'm born and raised from India.
okay,
And family of 6, the firstborn, and yeah, that's all. That's all.
So let's get to it straight away.
Yes.
How did you end up in coffee?
Well, to be honest, I didn't know that coffee could be good as this. Like deep down in school, like in high school, we used to take this Nescafe coffee, and you're like, I made it in life, that this is all coffee that you could take.
Yeah.
But in my senior 6th VAC, I so happened to move around, like, you know, that whole space. Like you have literally like 3 months of doing literally nothing, and you start like moving everywhere. So I was moving around. I met a friend of mine. I remember he was called Olowo. So Noah is like, let's check out this coffee shop. I'm like, man, what are we going to do even in a coffee shop? We want to go to the cafe Jabas and stuff. Right? So we go there. The guy gives me, I remember it was an iced coffee. It was coffee with ice in it. But I tasted the coffee and I was wow. Like, I was like, this is the best coffee I've taken in life, you know? So that's why I picked up the interest of like joining coffee. Then I started making research about it. Then eventually I get to learn that you can go actually in school, like in a short course. Yes, in Uganda there are short courses, but like outside Uganda, like in the diaspora, this being a barista is taken like a professional job. People do study this like for 4 years, 5 years.
Yes.
But here in Uganda, unfortunately, we do it like 3 weeks, and you're like, I'm a barista.
Yeah.
But yes,
Yes,
since that's like the system in Uganda, I saw applied in a school called Banks. They gave me 1 month of training.
Yes.
And surprisingly, it's expensive to study.
Yeah.
You pay millions and millions of money
To be a barista.
To be a barista.
Wow.
Like, leave alone like being a barista, you're paying your 500 and
Yes.
you study like for 2 weeks.
Yes.
And you've started like drawing your small arts or what in a
Yes.
cup, and you're like,
Yes.
I've become a barista. No, no, that's not true.
Yes.
So they give you full time to be a good barista. You get to learn more about coffee, how it's grown, what it takes to brew that coffee. I mean, what entails in the coffee sphere, you know? So I studied for 2 months, and I applied at New York Coffee because I had, you know, friends there. So it took me like 3 weeks to be called on job. So that's how I got to New York Coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were your parents involved in coffee before? What was your introduction to coffee, first of all?
Surprisingly, my parents never grew coffee. Maybe the grandparents of my parents,
Yeah.
but my parents never grew coffee. So that's why I was like, in high school, we used to take this cafe, and you feel like this is good coffee. Because if my parents grew coffee, I think I would know that this is coffee and coffee could do this.
Yes.
But since they never did,
Yes.
we never had a chance to like know coffee, know more about coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to take you back a little bit. In high school, you said you were drinking coffee, and you feel like you've arrived.
Yeah, you
in
feel.
this cafe.
You know that whole
How
feeling
did
like.
you get into drinking coffee in high school, and you having that feeling?
No, that's the thing I was
Was it
going to talk
because you
about.
wanted to read hard, or because you want to stay awake? What the foray into drinking coffee?
Coffee and tea fall in the same category, but people who take coffee are taken to be classy, of high stature, you know. So we wanted to feel that. We had a clique of boys, and we wanted to feel like, those are coffee drinkers, you know. Yeah, so we used to take coffee at school because, you know, like in school, I went to Real SS. It has like a line of canteens, like over 30 canteens in the school, because there are a lot of people in there, a lot of students. So there are coffee makers, tea makers, food cookers, you know. So for us, we would go on that canteen, and all those people who would go on that canteen had money.
Okay.
So we are like in that group of people who had money in the school.
And
Yeah, so
you
that's how I
decided to
started.
drink coffee
Yeah.
to raise your standard.
Yeah. drinking coffee to raise your standard.
Yes.
But I think that's the way how it is.
Yes. Is it still the same way that coffee, those who drink coffee are looked at as a certain class of people better than those who drink tea?
Do you know how many people are asking themselves, what's that thing doing there?
Yeah.
Why are they not having a glass of water, a glass of soda, but they're having a French press over there?
So we're basically arrived on this show. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Amon, let's go to. So one, you're in school drinking coffee and all of that. So what status did coffee give you guys when you started drinking it in school and people said, "Look at you guys, cool"?
Of course, you feel nice. You know, in school, you want to feel good.
Yeah.
You want to be taken as a student who has made it in school. So it gave us that stage, of course, but also it helped us like in reading books. Because I tell you, high school is not easy. Like if you're not concentrated, you can't read books. So you have to keep late. I mean, you have to keep up late in the night to read your books, to do more other things related to school issues. Not of course not related to other issues, but of course school. So it helped me like to help me keep up because you were still new to taking coffee, and most especially people who are new to taking coffee. Whenever they take a cup of coffee, they will tell you that they spend all the night awake.
Yes.
So I think that's because of the caffeine that's in the coffee, and when it gets into your blood system, so it keeps you awake.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it also kept us awake to do the reading of books and other things.
All right. So let's get into your business as a barista. You have been a barista for some time.
Yeah,
and,
2.5 years.
I want you to take us through 2.5 years as a barista. What has the journey been like being a barista, being a man who finally feel like I'm the one who make people happy, I'm the one who gets the coffee into the, give people happiness. How does it make you feel like?
I tell you, I never imagined that I could have this experience.
Okay.
Like it has been a whole journey of happiness.
Okay.
And still enjoying, still having more insights in coffee, and still having like more experience, because coffee never stops somewhere. Like even though you're 80 years and above, 90 years and above, you still want to run a coffee related business. You still want to learn more about coffee. So it's a business, or it's an industry which allows you to learn day and night, every day. Because when you meet a man like Eddie, who shares something that he knows about coffee and you never knew about it. So it's a whole experience of learning from each other. So it's been a nice journey.
Okay, so serving people coffee at Ndiro as a barista when you started, is that where you started your first job?
Yes, please.
Okay, serving people at Ndiro as a barista, you of course make the coffee experience come true. Take us through that moment when a customer come and ask for coffee and says, I want this coffee.
Look, many clients or many people come to coffee shops. They just see the word coffee shop, but they think they're going to take tea in that coffee. So when they come to you, let's say you're in your counter or station, or you're in a place where you make your coffee from, they will expect like African tea, like milk tea, you know? But here they're asking for coffee. So it's you as a barista, it's your role, like to change this client's attention from thinking coffee is tea, without humiliating them though, because most cases, most baristas, and that goes back to the training actually they get. When a client comes to you and you don't know, and they don't know what they want, but they're asking for coffee, and maybe they ask for that milk tea, you laugh at them. That's already like a turn off to that client. You'll never come back to your business, you know. So it's your role, like how are you handling that attitude towards between you and that client, and you're going to bring them back to what you want them to take, or what they should take in real sense, what they're asking. So what you do is this: when a client comes to you and they want coffee, they have never taken coffee, you start explaining to them what's coffee, just in simple terms, and then explain to them how it's made, and give them like the lightest coffee they would ever take in life since their beginning. To introduce them to coffee. Don't give them those strong coffees. Their coffee is a bit strong because one thing about coffee, it's a beverage that is measured in making. Like if you want the strongest, you of course have more coffee.
Yeah.
If you want the lightest, you have less coffee in your making.
Yeah.
So give them that lightest coffee they will take, and make it sweet, by the way. Because whenever they take it and it's sweet, they'll be like, I took some sweet coffee there, so let's go back. So as they come, as time goes on, you get to introduce them to more other coffees, step by step, step by step. So that's where they reach and they want to take this French press, and they're like, but what's that? Let me try that. When you give it to them and it's bitter, you tell them, now remember, you took the other coffee at first, it was light, but this is a French press. It gives out like the real sense of coffee, because coffee is not, let me say, it's not that a beverage that's not bitter and that's not, that's bitter and it's not bitter. It's just there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you are tuned to the coffee break right here at House of Talent Television, straight out of Kampala to the rest of the world, live on Twitter and live on Facebook, live on YouTube, all across the world. We are talking about coffee, and this is the coffee break. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Amon is going to be taking us through how to make the coffee. That first episode, rather the section of the show, has been really interesting. From a coffee drinker talking to a barista, I'm heading to understand, what experience they go through behind the counter when they're making coffee. I knew that some people don't have information about coffee, and so they come and ask for African coffee, African tea instead of coffee. Stay right there, we'll go for a break. We'll be right back after the break. This is the coffee break.
I've been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with a stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers. It shows on television. It shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
Welcome back. This is the coffee break. My name is Edio Killer, right here in Kampala, and I'm still sitting in for the one and only Kelly McTavish, who is in the United States. This is actually our show, really. I'm just the guy sitting in the placeholder. But we are talking to Armand Mukisa, who is the head barista at Ndiro Coffee. And you've heard his account of how things happen behind the counter when people go to ask for coffee. Armand, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Let's go back to that story. So, if I don't understand coffee, and yet I want to feel cool, because I've heard you talk about coffee being cool, and I come to Ndiro Coffee, for example, to look for coffee. And you give me coffee and the experience is not good, and I go and say that place is so bad, the experience is not good because they gave me coffee and the coffee didn't taste well, because the only coffee we're used to is African coffee with milk. That's the coffee, the only brand of coffee most people get to know, or rather most people know. How do you deal with that situation as a barista when the complaint come back to you?
You see, Eddie, one thing that people need to know is that attitude is the most important thing. Because you come to a coffee shop, for example, if you come to Ndiro Coffee, and I give you coffee doesn't taste good. But how have I behaved in front of you as you're taking that coffee, or prior to taking that coffee? You might take that coffee and it's not good, and you feel like giving me that feedback, which is good, and I should know how I should go about it next time. But the way I behave towards you is most important, because if I behave
by behaving, you mean the way I
conduct the attitude, like the way
your attitude towards me as
towards you.
Yes,
because now
feedback.
You're my boss.
Yes,
yes. Because now, if I come to you, I mean, if you come to me and you want, for example, maybe an AeroPress, AeroPress coffee, and I give it to you, it's your first time taking it, and you're like, no, I don't like this coffee. But before I made this coffee, did I get to know your name? Did I get to know what you do? Did I get to know where you come from? Did I get to know what you prefer, but I want you to take this? So those are things that make clients good, feel good. So what you need to do is, when I get that feedback, I mean, it's bad coffee, here is what I do. I come to you who has taken this coffee. I talk to you. What has been the problem? How was the coffee tasting? What can I do to make you happy so that you can come back next time and take more good coffee, in case you feel like, no, your taste buds are no longer taking this coffee for today, and you can maybe try it next time. So I get to know what you feel, what you think, and we should look for the way forward on how we can handle this. So that's the only thing you need to do, like to handle such a situation. Go to that client. You as a barista, don't send anyone else. Don't send your manager. Don't send your co-worker. No, you're the one who made this coffee, and you know what you did. You get. So go to them, talk to them, understand their point of their POV, you know, and so that next time you can rectify that.
Okay. Yeah. And has there been a day in your life as a barista when a client almost threw a cut back on you because the coffee didn't taste well?
Really? No, because I've been lucky that most of my clients, I have like more connection to them. Like, I get to know what they like in first place, and so I try as much as possible to make coffee the way they want it. Yes, every coffee shop, wherever you go or wherever you're watching us from, you have a coffee shop you go to, and these people know what you take, or the barista knows what you take. But also there is a standard of coffee in that coffee shop. How good is that quality of coffee? So if the coffee is good, is the barista going to make a good coffee from a good coffee, or the barista is going to make a bad coffee from a good coffee? You get?
That's a good
so
one.
Those are things that we need like to understand as we're making coffee. So I've really tried so much to make sure that I make a good coffee to my clients.
Okay.
So I haven't had that experience before.
So what happened when the coffee in the coffee shop where you work, the coffee is bad? The coffee is not good, and yet people expect you to make good coffee out of it. How do you turn around that? And what do you know when it's a bad coffee and a good coffee?
Now, these are things that good baristas need to know. Like, as you training to become a barista, you know, training barista, that's why I told you as we're setting the show that
Yes.
people train for 4 years, 3 years, 5 years. But here in Uganda, we train for 3 months, 3 weeks. So in this training, you have the cup. You talked about the cupping. So a good barista must know how to cup, must know how to make coffee, must know how to relate to clients. So where this question, where your question comes from is from the cupping point of view. Cupping is where like you grade coffee and assess coffee so that you get to know, is this coffee bad or is this coffee good? So me as a barista, I know how to cup this coffee. So when this coffee is brought to my bar or to my coffee station, I get to cup it then and then. Then I get to score it. I say maybe this coffee scores 85 and above, maybe it scores less than 80
There
and
are
above.
standard things for measuring this cup position.
Because it's a whole, it's like a laboratory whereby you have different cups, timers, different levels of water, different coffees. It's a whole experience.
Correct.
Yes. So when you cup it, though, when you're cupping it personally, it's a minor cupping, because you need to know what is your coffee like.
Yes.
So that's why you tell from, is this coffee is good, this coffee is bad. So you, as your barista, your role is this. If the coffee is bad, go to the responsible people who made this coffee. Because a barista, you know the one who grows the coffee, you know the one who roasts the coffee, and you know the one who packages the coffee.
Yes.
For your role is to make coffee and make sure that the coffee tastes good.
Yes.
You get it? So go to this person who roasted the coffee.
Yes.
If the person says I roasted the coffee very well, go to the person.
I'm taking notes from you.
Go to the person who grew the coffee.
Yes.
And now if the person says, if this person who says, I took everything in place to grow this coffee so that comes out very nice. Go to the person who stored the coffee. So it's a whole process, because before you get this coffee into this cup, there are various processes that it goes through. Leave alone this whole thing of like harvesting coffee and then sun drying it, pound it in maybe in a chinu, I don't know how they call it in English. You know a chinu? Like yes. So
let's call it a mortar and a pistol.
Yes. Then you cook on fire and then drink. No, coffee to have good coffee, it will go through various processes, and they are hectic by the way to get some good coffee.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's how you get good coffee, and that's how you determine bad coffee as your barista.
I'm taking some feedback from some people here coming up on the show, which we are definitely going to be talking about.
Sure.
And during the process of the show. Now, Amon, there are some things we don't know about coffee. One of them is the type of coffees that are available. Okay, take us through the process as a barista. What kind of roast do you guys have?
Okay.
That you serve to us when we come to buy? Because I'm a client, I just come, I want coffee, I says, guys, make me my coffee, but I might have invested a lot more time in what type of coffee I have for what time of the day that I need to have the coffee. Then the CEOs come and say, I want an espresso, is what I want. Espresso is the strongest brand of coffee, and all through, maybe later in the shows, we're going to be bringing you some of these things so you know the type of coffees and how the cupping look like. And we'll test them here, when we settle into these things. But I might be knowing my type of coffee, so I walked in there, I want this type of coffee. CEOs, most CEOs, MDs, most corporate guys is always espresso after the breakfast. The strongest brand of coffee is only for top guys. Like as Amon has said earlier on, if you don't understand it, don't try it, because that coffee is strong and not for the Italians love it.
It's not for starters.
The Spanish love it. The Americans love it. And then those who drink, they have the refined taste to coffee. Now, there are different types of coffee. Can you tell us this type of coffees and how? And why do people like them that way? From your barista perspective.
Let me pose this question to you and the person watching us over there. Have you gone to a certain coffee shop and your mind has been corrupted with this whole idea that the darker the coffee, the stronger it becomes, or the stronger it tastes?
Yes.
That's not true.
That's what everybody out there knows. That the darker the coffee, the best the coffee.
Yes.
And
but in real sense, the darker the coffee, the lighter it tastes. You know why?
Yes.
It's because the more you roast that coffee, the more you burn it,
Yes.
the more you're extracting that caffeine from it, which
Yes.
makes it a bit strong and bitter.
Yes.
So if you have like a lighter roast,
Yes.
okay, now this is a question that I'm answering, that you ask different types of coffees
Yes,
and
yes.
different roast profiles.
Correct.
There are three types of roast profiles. In America, they'll call it city profile, half city, and light profile, or light roast. But in Uganda, here in Africa, we shall have the light roast, the medium roast, and the dark roast.
Correct.
So in the US, the dark roast is the full city. Then in here, the medium roast is the half city roast. So a light roast is where the bean or the coffee cherry is not too burnt, like just put in a frying pan in a roaster, and they roast it for less minutes, less seconds, just to make that color or to remove the other greenish thing in that coffee, just to make it a little bit tasting.
Okay.
Then that's why it has more caffeine in it, because they have not removed all the caffeine in it. Then the medium roast, as the name says, the medium roast, it has the medium kind of taste, like it's a bit stronger and a bit lighter.
Yes.
And most people prefer the medium roast because you get to sustain all the flavors and aromas in that coffee. You're not burning them, and you're not leaving them too wholly in that bean. And then the dark roast is why like you burn that coffee, so that even if you brought it here and we did this, like you tapped on it, it would crash because it's too dark roasted. And most people think that the darker the roast, the better the coffee. But here's the thing. When you roast coffee, you have different things that you consider. First, how long have you kept that coffee from?
Yes. From the farmer.
Yes, from the farmer.
Okay.
Where was it grown? Like the area. And what are you roasting it for? Is it for an espresso like you said, or is it for an equipment like this one, a French press? Because there are two types of coffees. I mean, two different roast profiles for different coffee brews.
Yes.
So for a French press, you roast a certain profile. However, it can be medium.
Yes.
So there's a medium dark, medium to dark. Medium dark is where like you're having a bit dark in it. Then medium to dark is where that it's going to dark.
Yes.
So medium to dark is where you have the French press falling.
Okay.
That's where you get like a good coffee from a French press when you brew it. Then a medium roast is where you're going to have a nice espresso from.
Okay.
In that roast profile,
if you want to chop, this one here is for you. I have a friend here. And let me just pause for a second there and I read his comment. It says, a quite revealing interview, interesting how, as a regular consumer, I take many things for granted. I didn't know there was a lot of work involved before coffee gets into my cup and throat. Good stuff, Amon and Eddie. Thank you. That's the one to chop. So he's actually following the show. He loves taking coffee, and we'll probably bring him here at some point for this. He's one of your customers at Endiro. I introduced him to you. So when he comes to Endiro, he doesn't go for any other coffee. Yes.
It's nice to know.
Yes. But yes, continue. So we are here on the point of medium to dark, and then dark to this, you know.
So in every roast profile, you can have a good cup of coffee, but it depends how you make it and what are your intentions for roasting that coffee
for that profile. Yes.
I don't know whether the viewers get this point, because
the coffee is in itself complex already for many people to understand it. Yes, one is what they understand.
But the thing is, when roasting coffee, you have more other details that you consider before making a final roast profile.
Okay. So when I was looking for somebody to come on the show, I really wanted Millie Dragero to come onto the show because we want to get this part of the show. The beginning part of the show of the coffee break is to introduce us into coffee and make sure we actually appreciate the coffee that we drink and why we drink coffee. So we got Miro to come here as an investor, but then Millie said, before I come onto the coffee, I need to give you a barista. I know she's very passionate about training you guys. She happens to be your boss at Endiro. And she said, I want the barista to come in so that they can share with us some more knowledge about coffee, which people don't know. The whole show about coffee break, the whole idea behind the coffee break is that we teach a common man a thing or two about drinking coffee and allow them to actually appreciate drinking coffee so that now we understand what goes into the coffee. That said, she recommended you and I think we have got the best out of you. And we would like to ask you the more or less the next question before we go on to the real thing of actually taking this coffee. Amon, I want to know, and perhaps everybody out there who drink coffee, we want to know, what is it that, in fact, let me put it this way. Does a barista understand coffee more than the owner of the business?
It depends. That question is tricky. You know why? Most owners of coffee shops know coffee. It's like starting up this whole media company and you've not studied anything about media company. Somewhere, somehow, it will fail. You stand more chances of failing than succeeding. So here's the thing. Most coffee shop owners know coffee. And however much they don't know, like, as baristas know, but at least they know halfway of that coffee. And even though they don't know, like, too much about that coffee, they'll make sure that they learn.
But because you're the one who interact with the coffee.
Yes. But remember, before starting up this business, you get to know, what does coffee need? How do I keep this coffee? How do I attract attention from people to take my coffee? So these are things that you go through, and the processes of going through this, you get to learn about this coffee. Now like this conversation we're having, you don't make coffee. But if you're speaking to maybe a person out there, they will think that you know coffee because you have a certain knowledge about coffee. So the information you have is the same information the bosses of the businesses have. However, they might not make good coffee. You know why? They have the theory part of it. Unless these people have transformed from maybe being a farmer, a roaster, a barista, a cupper, to creating that business. There, they will know the coffee. Because they know every process. They will know how to make that coffee. But if you just come up and you just start up a business, you just have the theory part of it.
Wow. Well, we're going to take the next break, and when we come back, Amon is going to take us on to making the coffee. And today on the show, we want to make the French press. The origin of the French press started from the French people, you know, just coming up with their own thing like this one and say, we're going to put the coffee in here and press it. But I'll leave it for Amon to explain more. As it is, the original origin of the French press is actually really the house coffee, the Ugandan coffee, the African coffee. Boil the thing, put the water there, sip the coffee, enjoy the coffee. That's what the whole thing is about. Stay right there, we're going for a break, and when we come back, Amon is going to be taking us through to that last part of the show, and the coffee break will get to the end for the day. This is the coffee break.
I've been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with a stigma of greed. And it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers, it shows on television, it shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru. I'm Ugandan. What do you see?
It is a coffee break. Welcome back to the show. My name is Eddie Okela, and we're talking about coffee and the importance of drinking coffee, but also understanding how coffee is cupped, the processes that coffee goes through, and to the cup and the experience that the coffee gives you. And of course, if you're following the show, send us your kisses and disses coming from all over the place. We would love to hear from you. If you think we're doing well, kiss us. If you think we're not doing well, diss us. We're okay with that. I want to read the first comment coming in from Idiwato Chom. Says quite a revealing interview. Interesting how, as a regular consumer, I take many things for granted. Do you see that, Amont? Most of us do that. It said, I take many things for granted. I didn't know there was a lot of work involved before the coffee gets to my cup and to my throat. Good stuff, Eddie and Amon. That's coming from Idiwato Chom. Are you a coffee drinker? Do you drink coffee? Do you understand coffee? Are you a CEO? Do you love drinking coffee? Did you know that coffee is very healthy for our health? Do you know that coffee is one of the things they use for treating cancer? You know, that's the reason why you need to watch this show, and you need to share far to your friends, so that you never know who you're going to save with the information that comes from the coffee break. Amon, welcome back to the show.
Actually, before you say anything else,
yes.
I want to just say that if we started like talking coffee,
yes, from
this time, we would spend a whole day talking about coffee, because coffee has a lot of benefits, has a lot of information to know about it.
Yes,
yeah,
and that's true, and that's something we started the conversation about it. We want to get as many people to drink coffee, and we want to get as many people to appreciate the coffee, but also to appreciate the value that a farmer puts in to make that coffee gets to us. I like what you've said, the process that the coffee go through. I know we're going to learn a lot. This part of the show, we want you to take us through what is it before us. Before us here, we have a nice setup which we want you to take us through how to make a French press. And it's all up to you now. Amon is going to take us through on how to make a French press. First of all, explain what do we need. Maybe we would have put some things here which a barista not need. From a barista point of view, how is this okay? This is to teach us how to make coffee on our own at home when we can't afford to go to a dealer.
Like you've said, the home part of it, this is very okay. Very, very okay. Because making coffee from home is totally different from making coffee from a certain coffee shop. Because in a coffee shop, there are a lot of intricacies involved in there. You have to be with a weighing scale, you have to be with a gas cooker or the source of heat, you have to be with different equipments like a weighing scale, gas cooker, the kettle, there are a lot of things that are involved in making coffee. But one thing is, being a barista, you're always taught to be, you improvise, like to get something out of coffee. Because now, if you have this is your hot water already improvised, it's already cooked, you've improvised this, you have your coffee in here, you have, Ed likes to take a lot of honey, has honey, and then you have your equipment right here. So,
What is this, first of all?
Read about this French press here. A French press, actually, besides its name being a French press, it's not coffee from France.
Yes.
French or France.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's an American coffee.
Okay.
The inventor is an American, and it was invented around 1929.
Yes.
So, however, it has been modified as time goes on. This is not the original French press. There was that kind of French press.
Container or whatever. How do you call this?
This is also a French press, but modified, like I've said.
But how do we call this thing here?
The
container. Is it a
this one, the jar. It's just a jar.
Okay, so it's a French press jar.
Yes,
okay.
French press jar. So, however, you find someone calling it a plunger because it has a plunger. This one right here.
Okay.
So,
what are we calling a plunger again?
Why are we calling it a plunger?
Yeah. What do we call a plunger?
This is a plunger because this is it has a cover right here.
Yes.
It has this stand, and then it has this brewing chamber in here.
Yes.
The brewing chamber has a filter.
Yes.
It's a mesh. However, like if you want to get more clear coffee, you're going to add in a paper filter. But this is still okay because it filters coffee. So this filter is tied on a spring, which helps like to balance itself in a jar.
Yes.
Like so for example, if you're pushing, you're not. It's just not sliding it down.
Okay.
Yeah. So a French press, like as I said, it has been modified.
Yes.
And this is a plunger jar French press. Yeah. So one thing about this French press is it makes silty coffee. Okay. Like you're going to have a French press, but as you're taking it and you're finishing your last sip in your cup, you're going to have that silt because of the coffee grain that comes along
always
with
something
it.
on it.
Yes. That's because all the brewing happens in one place in here.
Okay.
But to jump in this direct, you forgive me, I don't have my apron, I don't have my timer. We're just going to do this just for
because you came for the show. Yes.
Because as any barista, you have to put on your apron, you have to be smart.
Yes.
So by here,
what is the reason of rationale behind putting on an apron?
An apron is because you're working in liquids, you're working in beverages, and you're putting on maybe a different clothing stuff. So the spills that come along with it, helps that.
And then, do I need this at home? Do I need to have an apron at home if I'm making my coffee at home? Do I have to have one?
Just like
do I have to have the kit and suited them like you guys?
Just like a chef.
Yes.
All right. So let's get into this.
All right.
One thing is, this French press can make any type of coffee you want. Okay. If you want like mild coffee, mild coffee is where it's not strong.
Yes.
You're going to put in more water and less coffee.
Okay.
And also, if you want like strong coffee, you're going to put in more coffee, less water.
Okay.
And since the brewing takes place in one jug, the longer you leave it, the stronger it tastes.
Okay.
Because it's brewing in there.
Okay.
But the less time you leave it in here, the lighter the coffee becomes. Yes.
Okay.
Because the coffee is having more time with water. Okay. The infusion that happens in there. Because coffee is made of gases.
Yes.
It has a lot of gases. Yes. So it's upon you when brewing it, how are you going to remove these gases? Okay. So we're going to see how we can remove these gases out of coffee. In the brewing process, it's called the blooming process. The blooming process is where you allow coffee to remove those gases. Okay. These gases involve like carbon dioxide. Okay. And we don't need that carbon dioxide as we're taking this nice coffee here. Yes. And also it allows, that first process, it allows the extraction of flavors and allowing the astringent flavors to escape like those sour flavors that come along with coffee. That's when you take coffee, you're like, this coffee is sour. That means it wasn't given the due attention. Yes, the due attention it wanted. Yeah, so
well, this is the coffee break. We are enjoying the moment here. I hope you want a chom. I'm coming to a chom. I hope you're actually following the show and the discussion here so that you can teach everyone at LearnNet how to drink coffee. All right, and not just the water chom, to all the CEOs, my friends out there, and to everyone who drinks coffee. This is the process that the coffee goes through. And this is Amon right here, is the head of baristas at Ndilo Coffee. He's located at Kisementi. Please go to his shop and make sure you help him push the numbers. so that his salary can, grow, and he's giving you free knowledge. So please, and free knowledge, that means that you have to go there in reciprocation. Please go to Endiro Coffee and drink coffee and look for Amon and make sure that he makes the coffee that is best for you to drink.
So I'll do this. To do this, by the way, this is a good thing that you kept the coffee covered.
Yes.
Because it keeps its freshness.
Because I spent a lot of time studying coffee. And I have been a coffee taster for a very long time.
So you guys, if you're out there and you buy a bag of coffee from a certain coffee shop, maybe you bought it from Endiro Coffee, after opening it, either seal it or get a container and put your coffee in and cover it like this.
Airtight.
The way it's covered. Airtight containers. So let's do this quick. As
I see your boss here, Cody Lorange, is online from the US. I think he's following what you're saying. These are your masters.
Hey, Cody.
Guys who understand coffee.
So for home consumption, it depends on how you want your coffee to taste like, how strong it is. So for like maybe this is a tablespoon.
So for example, this is the coffee from Endiro.
I only
drink
is the coffee from Endiro.
So can you tell that this is the coffee?
Of course. The moment I smelled it, I was like,
how did you know? How do you tell?
Because I know my coffee. I make this coffee.
But what is that signature in it that makes you understand that that is your coffee?
The flavor and the roast profile. Because
so for example, what is the roast profile right now?
This is a medium roast. I don't know if the viewers could see.
You just put it in a whatever you.
This is a medium roast. If you can see right
zoom
now.
Zoom in and we check that thing out, and so that
it's not dark roast. It's not light. It's a medium roast, and it's grinded in a medium to coarse grind size. It's not fine. By the way, when you're making this, you have to have a more coarser grind size of this. So these grind sizes are good for like primula pour-overs, aeropresses. So the grind size of a French press has to be a bit coarse than this. That's how you will have less silt in this.
So this is when now people who drink coffee really feel like the class of coffee, because the classification, the information itself, it is good. Let's go through.
Let's go through. So we're going to use 2 tablespoons, and it takes a bit lighter coffee, as
depending on the time of the day. So you are my barista. Do you want to tell them my coffee profile?
Do you want me to tell?
Please go ahead and tell them, share them. So you're making one so that they know the coffee profile that I take every single day.
Eddie takes mild coffee, and in this mild coffee actually also adds honey, which means he doesn't like strong coffees. So we're going to do that.
For a type of the day, you've missed the point. During in the morning I take espresso. You know that. But this is afternoon. So in the afternoon between 1 and 2 to 3 and 4, I am doing house coffee. I'm doing,
Actually, right now it's advised like you as a person to take, because this morning you took an espresso. That's like strong coffee for you. It makes you awake. Right now you need to take like a little bit lighter coffee. So that's what we're going to take right here.
All right.
So we're going to have in 2 tablespoons. 2 tablespoons is around 30 grams of coffee. So we're going to put in here our coffee.
So that's the measure. 1
and 2.
All right.
And then, by the way, hygiene is key. You don't have to spill everywhere coffee.
When you're making coffee.
Yes, when you're making coffee. And also, the moment you finish, make sure you close your airtight container, because you don't want the freshness of coffee to escape. So arrange your coffee very well. If you want, of course, like to get the first, smell of coffee to erase that tasting buds, you can smell how coffee good it is.
So do you guys go through this when you're doing this, or for you it's just natural when you're making coffee for us in the coffee shop?
We do. It's a norm. It's like normal because you're used to it. So you go through it. Eventually you might not notice that you're going through it, but you go through it because you've been doing it like every day.
Is there like a training for this?
Yeah,
global refresher courses. The reason why Millie is always in the shop.
Actually, let me tell you one good thing about Endiro. Endiro is a company which helps like different workers to refresh in their point of in their positions of expertise.
Yes.
They'll refresh chefs, they'll refresh service personnel, they'll refresh baristas.
Yes.
So we have like people like Millie, we have people like Cody who are good at coffee and everything, like cooking.
Yes.
So they help us in refreshing.
Okay.
So let's do this.
Okay.
This water right here, brewing this French press, it has to be on a certain temperature. But now we don't know which temperature it is. This is like 80 degrees.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. For us, we just boiled it here, just ready for you to come and do these things.
So in the first pour, make sure that you pour. So if I had my kettle, I'd make sure that I'm pouring in very well to infuse the coffee very well with.
When you
water.
say if you have your kettle, do you mean the binica, like the ones we used to
that's
have
the
back in the
binica,
days?
like the goose. You know how a goose is?
Yes.
So they're called like gooseneck kettles.
Yes.
So they help you regulate the amount of water poured in the coffee for a steady pour.
So this is not good.
For home, it's good.
Yeah, but I want to have the feeling
professionally,
Yeah.
it's not good. Like
Alright.
because if you came in my coffee shop and you found me using this, you'd be like, what are these guys doing?
Yeah.
But now it's for home consumption.
Let's go.
So this is the blooming process, by the way.
Okay.
When you see how the coffee is expanding,
Yes.
and that's a nice feeling. Everybody gets by that. See the coffee how it expands,
Yes, moving.
Yes, that's because.
Can you see this? Can you see this? Maybe you put the water a little bit up so you can rise it up a little bit so people can see it.
So, I don't know if you can zoom in this right here. If you can be able to see this, there is that expansion that's happened. That means that the blooming process is happening. But astringent flavors are escaping as the gases are also escaping.
Yes.
So this process takes around 30 seconds.
Okay.
So you can stir a little bit. And then after, you add in your water.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this is going in, and
so since we want
is
it
there any
mild,
specific measure onto this?
yes.
French press?
So different coffee shops have different recipes according to their coffee profiles.
Okay.
So you have to be with a measurement of coffee.
Okay.
And also you have to be with a measurement of, it's called coffee to water ratios.
Okay.
Yes. So the ratio, this French press here, it's around 500 mils.
Okay.
So 500, you have to make like 400 to leave the brewing process, the brewing space of the coffee. Yes.
All right.
So after stirring, as you can see, we have our coffee ready here, and it looks so light because we put in more water, less coffee.
Yes.
And then you get your plancha right here.
Okay.
Just press like this. By the way, don't press it at once.
So it's
Unless
slow
you're going,
press,
yes, unless you're going to drink the whole coffee at once, pour it in a cup.
Yes.
But if you have like your smaller cups and you have your time, keep on pressing as you're taking that coffee.
Okay.
The separation.
Okay, so we should cover our water and.
So we have our cups here ready. I will help you serve this. Let me again.
Well, that's an experience that we go through if you drink coffee, and okay.
Yeah. So I also have a sip.
Yeah. So this is raw coffee, no sugar, nothing.
Yes, no sugar. This is what they call black coffee.
Okay.
So there are various types of black coffees. So we have the rest for you out there who's watching. So this is black coffee.
Yeah.
Black coffee is that type of coffee with no cream, with no milk.
Yes.
You're just taking it black the way it is.
Yes.
However, you can add in sugar, you can add in honey.
Okay.
It doesn't change it to be black.
So let's so if we had in this, how much honey, for example, should we had in here? We have this is probably the best brand of honey available in the market, and I think that these guys do amazing stuff. So how much do we have in? Our time is fast spent.
Thing is, honey, any sweetener, it's a personal choice.
Yes.
Like good coffee takers don't add any additives in their sugar, and I mean their coffee. Coffee is sweet the way it is. Because that's how you get to tell how good coffee is. But the moment you add in something sweet, you lose all the flavors.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to know, so just our time is up, Amon, and we got to go.
Yeah.
But what about those who can't drink coffee? There are those who drink coffee and get headaches. Somebody said, Edio Killer, I know the show is coming to an end, but can you please tell Amon, say, why is it that when I drink coffee, I get headaches?
It's because of the caffeine. Coffee is allowed, I mean, you're allowed to take coffee, but sorry about that. But you're allowed to take coffee, but also take water. So because of the caffeine, you have to cut a bit of caffeine of the coffee you're taking. So at the moment you take coffee and you feel ready, take some water. Take some water.
All right. All right. So we've come to the end of the show. My name is Eddie Okila. I'm on here, and we're gonna test this coffee a little bit. To those of you who don't have data, I'm told you've gone offline from Facebook. The Facebook guys, I think they have taken off or something has happened to them. But we feel sorry for you. And Amon, your last words as we go.
You spoke about free knowledge.
Yes.
We have this whole brewing process that happens every Friday at Enduro Coffee Cement. And it's an experience of like interacting with different clients, share information, how best can they take this coffee, how best can they make this coffee. So every Friday come through at Enduro Coffee Cement and we get to share this information. And also, please, this is besides coffee, go on my YouTube channel and subscribe to my YouTube channel. The channel is called Gather Now Network. Otherwise, I remain Barista Amon Mukisa. Find me at Enduro Coffee Cement.
Well, we have come to the end of the show. This has been the best part of the coffee break this week on the 3rd episode of the show. We'll be right back next week. And to all of you out there who are following the show, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sending us your kisses and disses, and thank you. Continue to send that information in. Until next week, we leave you to the one and only Slam Dunk Basketball coming up next. Until next week, this is the Coffee Shop, Eddie Okila, and Amon Mukisa signing out from the coffee break.
Itaranto. Hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu, kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu, ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe. ndamuhitarane eshanu undamuha ebyiri undamuhitarane imwe itagirira kabiri maze umutwara arazinduka maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za tarano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye nuko iminsi irahitindi irataha maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye eshanu uzungutse izindi eshanu uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye ebyiri izungutse izindi ebyiri shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike nico gitumye mbekurira byinshi ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja maze wawundi wahawe itarani imwe itagiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayibobota cane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye namunagane itaranto narayitavye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe esi ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasangaho inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itarani 10 igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi ibikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho itaranto yawe ikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye bakomboza igitaramo cy'iwacu iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iyo dukoze ku nyamirya iz'ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira inaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka iwacu turatarama ngwino urare tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwino urare tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka
Epana biso tolinga kobina epana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana
tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro kwibutsa umugani wa Nyashya na Baba inkuru ya Saruhara rwa Nkomokomo Cyacana ndetse na Ngunda tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka iwacu turatarama ngwino urare aho dutaramiye nta rungu tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwino urare
tolingana biso kaka kosepela
tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ijoro tukarita hanze cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje reka ntugatsikire cyuringanje nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe
Manchester is known as a city of invention. It's where the Industrial Revolution started.
There is a lot that motivates me, but mostly it's the people around me. The people around me. If you hurt me today, trust me, I'll write a good song about pain.
The playoffs, that is also quite an issue that has raised eyebrows and a lot of contention. Prior to the start of the season, the FUBA ESCOM had a meeting. That meeting decided that we'll have one round of games, which is happening. Okay. And with Warriors Basketball Club and Sharing not taking part in the league, they decided that those two teams are going to be relegated. A change of turns now has it that the FUBA ESCOM has decided to have the bottom two teams relegated. Then those two teams which will be relegated are going to play in a one-off tournament with Warriors and Sharing to decide which two come up. Let's start with Susan. As a basketball manager of a team, what is your take on that?
Well, in my opinion, it's kind of unfair for those other two that have played this season and they are being subjected to that kind of arrangement because it takes a lot for them to have gotten into the season. We have dug into our resources to see us through this season. So if you're having the bottom two have to go and play those others that did not take the extra step to be there, I think the ground is not leveled in that sense. Yes.
Personally, what I think about that, it's fair. It's a fair deal.
It is a fair deal.
Yeah, it's a fair deal.
Please elaborate.
For example, look at Pemba Warriors. The issue we hear at hand is that finances was the issue. Now, we have been in a COVID period and we are still in a COVID period. We all know what's going on in finances. So by the time the league ends, maybe their financer will be back and be like, okay, I'm ready to take up the team. So if the team is willing to play those 2 games, those 4 games that have been set by FUBA, I believe it's a fair deal.
What happens to a team that has taken part in the league and one that has not taken part?
What do you mean by that? Like one?
In my opinion, it is not fair at all, because 2 teams took part in the league.
Yeah.
2 did not take part in the league. But then you're giving them a lifeline.
Yeah.
So in my view, it's not fair. And FUBA ESCOM committee already had set out rules,
the rules, yeah,
and the path that should be taken. So why are they going back
onto
their own regulations?
Why I think that it's fair is because they didn't call it upon themselves not to have the finances for this season.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so now when the finances are available, let them now take part in the league. at that time.
And what type of team do you think Warriors can assemble?
Definitely, most of their players have diverted and gone to other teams. Yeah, that's also going to be a problem.
Could I ask? So let's have a scenario. If the national team was supposed to play in, say, Olympics or whatever, and for some reason, because we didn't have the finances, we didn't show up, would they give us a second chance?
No, we would have forfeited our position.
Yeah.
So as Uganda, we would have forfeited the position.
So why are we having double standards here?
That is one of the reasons why I'm asking. Elizabeth defines it as fair.
No one is having it easy this season. No one is having it easy. Everyone is strained. So it should be equal. If you are not able to make it, that's it. It happens.
Let's go to our main topic today, empowering women's basketball. Women's basketball has struggled, not just in Uganda, but all over. Even when we go to WNBA, the viewership that WNBA gets is totally very different from what the NBA gets. When it comes to the payments, when it comes to the salaries that NBA players earn and those in the WNBA, the margin is enormous.
Yeah, so true.
When it comes down to our local leagues here, you find that most people do not want to watch the game of women's basketball.
Yeah.
So empowering that, let's start with the league format, which I also find a bit odd. We have 8 teams in the top league.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, we're not going to have playoffs. No, we're going to have playoffs, but we're not going to have any team relegated.
Yeah.
None of those teams is actually, basically what they're playing for is placement.
Yes.
Who is number 1, who is number 8, number 1 plays 8, number 2 plays 6, and the math goes on. Competitive wise, how do you think that is affecting the women's league?
For this season in particular?
Yes, for this particular season.
I think it has not changed much in terms of competition. We are still very competitive. Much as it is for placement, we are still bringing the best we can. So I think we are still fighting to get to a better place.
Tell the viewers about Angels basketball team.
Angels basketball team was founded in 2013 by a group of close friends that had passion for basketball. It started out as friends coming together to pick up and keep fit. Then a few years down the road, we decided we could do better. So besides only playing for fun, we decided to get competitive, and we also decided to add community help and outreach onto our programs. So we are a limited company that does a lot.
So Angels is a limited company.
Yes.
It is an organization.
Yes.
It is not just a club.
It's not just a club.
Okay, so when is Angels getting a male side?
A male side. For now, we are concentrating on the girl child and the women.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe sometime later, we still have a lot to do with the women and the girls. We want to get more girls into school. We want to allow the girls that are excelling in the game get other things besides game. That's why our hashtag is We Beyond the Game. Besides excelling,
we beyond the game.
Yes.
Okay.
Besides excelling at basketball, you as a person, what else can you do? What else can you achieve? That is what we are about.
That is what you're about.
Yes.
And your target for this particular season, are you willing to and ready to actually see off JKL and lift the title? Or?
Believe me, we are trying. We almost beat them.
How is Angels placed on the table? I don't have the latest standings from the federation.
We are not so bad. You'll see it.
Define not so bad. Define not so bad. That means you have quite a number of losses.
Yes, we have had only 2 wins so far.
2 wins out of how many games? About 6 games?
Yeah.
6 games, 2 wins, 4 losses.
Have you looked at the stats? Have you looked at the difference?
That does not sound very promising.
Have you looked at the
That's
difference?
why Elizabeth is even laughing at you, saying,
I mean, we almost beat the champions from.
You
Almost.
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 No, that means we are good. We are good.
2 wins, 4 losses.
Yeah. Like we say, we're beyond the game. We are not looking at only excelling at basketball. Besides the court, off court, what are those wins? Look at the wins we have off court.
So those 2 wins, they came against which and which team?
Nabisunsa and
Nabisunsa, which
and Nkumba.
Yes, girls teams, they are school girls.
They are in the NBL.
They're in the NBL.
Yes,
So you cannot take them for granted.
Nkumba.
You cannot take them for granted. Yes. So you dispute Nkumba?
So you haven't beaten up on any of the top teams?
No, but
or
they should
any of
look
the
out.
contenders? They should be looking out. Elizabeth.
Yes.
Sparks.
Yes, please.
How is Sparks doing?
We are doing very good.
The last time Sparks won a title, I even do not remember, I think it was 2003. Way back when I believe Olivia Murana, Gloria Chomugisha, Mavita Ali, yeah, they were part of that team. Yeah, so give the viewers and myself a recap of Sparks at the moment, the present Sparks, Makerere University Sparks.
Okay, let me first briefly comment about Angels. Angels, I'm not really going to say its performance has been poor. You know, we are looking at, this is a team which nurtures young players, and they end up being taken up by the other big teams. And we had our pre-season game friendly with them, you know, and I saw their team. It's really a young team, and them really playing that hard in the NBL. That's really inspiring and motivating. And I just want to comment on what you had asked about the competition. Yes. I also feel like the competition this year is not so strong. Okay. We now have this monopolization of, we know the teams that are always going to win.
We know the teams that are going to be in the playoffs.
Yes, we have cases here, we have JKL. I'm not so strong about it this year. No bad intentions.
You're not sure about the UCU Lady Cannons.
Yeah, I'm not sure about them because honestly, when I see the range with which they are winning, and also a team like Magic Storm is beating them. Magic Storm is a good team, I'm not disputing that, but UC is a team would expect to be beating such a team.
Yeah, but UC Lady Cannons has also had quite a number of changes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, most of their good players left.
They lost quite a number of players.
Yeah, that's true.
So the women's team is in transition.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is unlike their men's side.
Men's team, yeah.
Yeah, which have only lost David Deng and Titus. So they are still a unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So about Mook Sparks, it's a young team as well.
I'm eager, just like the viewers are. Okay, they are eager to know about Makerere Sparks. Yes.
Okay, so Makerere Sparks, what I can tell you is that, first of all, it's a young team. Let me really emphasize that we are talking about first years, second years. These are kids who have just come from high school. The experience we have at most is going for national games. So our position right now, the third on the table. We have 2 wins, 3 losses.
2 wins, 3 losses.
Yeah, and let me say this.
That is better than Angels.
Our losses have all been like, you know, due to last minute mistakes, and they've all been like by 3 points, 4 points. But we are going to work on that, and you know we are going to be on top of the table by the end of the season.
Because the fans, when you talk about ladies basketball,
that's crazy.
Definitely Sparks always comes up. It's a team that has a rich history. It's a team that has actually been there and been very competitive.
No. I don't know.
So what do you think should be done to improve the game of ladies basketball?
I was asked that same question just weeks back. Yesterday I was seeing someone comparing Curry and Brenna Stewart. Brenna Stewart is playing for Seattle Storm, and of course Steph Curry, everyone knows Steph Curry. And just 2 games he was making, 2 2 quarters per game. He makes around, it was around 2,000 US, okay, not beyond 2,000 US dollars. And for the whole season,
he makes much more.
No, per 2 quarters.
Per
2 quarters.
Per quarter, okay.
Yeah, but for her, the whole season, yet just this first week she has been the player of the week. She was posting points beyond 15, rebounds 3 and above, assists 4, 8 and above, you get. But then her pay is not more than 2,026K USDs. You can see now, if you multiply Carrie's money per game he's going to play, it's crazy.
So
he can actually pay her for the next whole season.
When we play 2 games, he can pay her.
Yeah, he can pay her
for an entire
season.
What should be done here to improve the game and also get more fans to come and actually watch the ladies' game? I've been to Mukono quite a number of times this season. I've been to Kansanga, the KIU courts. When the ladies' game is on,
there is no viewership.
Most fans are doing
other
different things.
Yeah.
When the men's game, which usually is at 4 p.m., the last game around, then you see the crowd is all there. How do we get the crowd to watch the game of ladies basketball? Let's start with Susan.
Well, I want to say it's the general perspective towards the sports for ladies. In many of the sports where the sport is played by both the men and the women are not given much attention. Unfortunately, it is happening all across all the other games. But I'll speak for basketball. For starters, can we have structures in our basketball clubs?
Explain the structures.
Yeah. Every team, can every team have a ladies wing and have a grassroots wing? If you have a grassroots team, which is feeding your senior teams, if you have a ladies team, it will be a combined effort of all the people in that club, in that in those teams, to root for the ladies too. Because it doesn't help, for example, if it is City Oil and it has a ladies team, it has a grassroots team, I don't think they are going to concentrate on only the guys and leave the ladies and leave the children. So let's start with some of the structures. If you have a club, please have a ladies wing, a ladies team, have a kids team.
And also have a junior side which is going to feed the other teams.
Yes, then our brothers, root for us. Be there, be our cheerleaders. Why does your sister come to play a game and you don't show up, but you're coming to see a superstar, a guy of another team? Your sister played in the morning, but you remained in bed. And then you came to see the other play, the guy.
Should the federation, Elizabeth, should the federation change the fixtures so that the ladies' games are also in the a bit in the afternoon, instead of putting them at 10 a.m. at midday? Perhaps at 10 a.m. I might be busy, but when a game is at 4 p.m., my schedule would be different.
Are you telling me that?
What is your take on that?
Are you trying to say that at 10 a.m. if City Oilers is playing Namongo Blazers, you'll be like, no, I'm busy. But if Angels is playing KCCA, you will be like, 10 a.m., I'm busy.
It depends.
Really?
It depends.
It depends. But because it's a men's game and this is a women's game?
I would actually opt to go and watch the City Oil and Blazers game at 10 a.m.
So it's a mindset.
It's a mindset.
The intrigue. And then the other thing is, it also goes down, in my view, in my opinion, to even our lovely viewers out there, it also goes down to how the skill set. I want to see some fun. I want to see a crossover.
Okay.
I want to see a clutch shot, but I'm not seeing that in the ladies'
What?
game.
What?
When was the last time we saw a clutch shot in the ladies' game?
Have you been coming for games? You know how many clutch shots are there?
Please,
I'm right now still in Division 1, so that's where my focus is. I've not gone for all these NBL games. I'm so much now.
Enlighten me and the viewers. Tell them.
So trust me. And okay, one thing I'm not going to dispute is the fact that men's physical strength and appearance and everything may be more exciting than maybe the girls' small size. But what makes the men's game a bit different, maybe it's because of the dunks and the crossovers. Where, I'm going to talk about that also. I'm someone, I love dribbling. I love pointing, but because they know I'm going to go and do much of cross dribbling and pointing, the coach doesn't want that.
The pressure out of
exactly.
The ball.
Most women teams don't want that. They want you to play more of passing, like get the ball pass, rotate, you know, pass ball, play on top, pass ball. So by the times when I get the ball and I do those not funny things, but I do my crossovers and what, and excites the crowd. Yeah, it brings commotion now between me and my coach. He's all like, Liz, what are you doing with the ball? Why all those dribbles? You get? So I think that's one of the things that brings that negativity towards women's basketball. Maybe like, I'm not going to these exciting things at women's basketball, but trust me, even though we decide to play basic, it's still interesting. I would challenge you to go and watch, if we go the international scene, watch a full NBA game, like be like, you know what, and then playoffs. Sit down and watch. Then also go and watch a full women NBA game. Trust me. You'll see that the men are doing the same things, just that they have dunks, but they have turnovers. Someone is trying to dunk, is being blocked and is falling the other way.
They still turn over the ball. Everyone turns over the ball.
Exactly. But I don't see the difference between our basketball and the men's basketball, apart from the dunking. Honestly. So
how can we get sponsors to come into ladies basketball in Uganda? So you manage a team. How do you get sponsors to get into the game of ladies basketball?
Like I said, it starts with us, the teams. Have your structures in order. Do you have the solid management team that is going to help you with those funds when they come through? Do you have an accounts guide? Do you have a strategic plan? Where do you want to see yourself? What are you doing? They are not going to come and find you when you're not doing anything. They need to find you already rolling, then it will be easy for them to get on board. So we need that. Then we also need to play hard and get those results. Like you said, Angels, how many losses and how many wins. That is what you look at.
2 wins, 4 losses.
That is what some of the sponsors look at. So as teams, we also need to do a lot to get ourselves there, so that it is easier for the sponsors to come to us. Then we also need visibility as the women's basketball fraternity or arm of FUBA. We need to find a way to put our teams there and attract sponsors to ourselves. So we need to come together and do that. Yeah.
To Elizabeth, how can, as basketball enthusiasts, as basketball lovers, as basketball stakeholders, how do we get young girls to learn the game of basketball?
The game. Let me first talk about getting the funds. I want to add on what she said last, visibility. The other time, Women NBA started, and is commemorating 25 years. That's like a big, that's a big milestone, right?
Yeah, they had a full review on Sports Illustrated.
No, first relax on that. But these like local newspapers, I'm not saying maybe New Vision or what, okay, for the context, if it was in Uganda, now like the local newspaper had someone had measured the inches, it was covering only like 2 inches coverage of women NBA games. So like the women NBA is back. The teams that have played so far, they have registered their first win. They're commemorating that 25th season. Yeah, and the NBA that has been taking place, they're not yet even in playoffs when the season started, had covered the rest of the page. And the league has just started. Look at that. What visibility is there, like, honestly?
So what should be done to get that visibility?
Exactly. We need the media to change its perspective towards women's basketball. I think the media really needs to support us because it's them to put us out there. we are going to play, we are going to put in all the work, we are going to try to record ourselves, put ourselves out there, but the bigger platforms are with the media.
We are here on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, and I'm hosting both of you. So this is a platform where
definitely,
yeah. So definitely, you also have an opportunity to mention everything that is there that needs to be done and what is also not done right when it comes to a game of ladies basketball. The federation has someone who handles ladies basketball.
Yeah, the women's
commissioner, who is Sandra Munduru.
Yeah.
So, what changes should be done in her docket?
When you ask about that, the other time I actually interviewed, I was doing research about women in sports, and she sounded really promising. I'm really hopeful in her in what she's going to give us. Just that COVID has really affected most of the activities, because one of the things, as she said, grassroots, we don't have young girls being fed into the sport. Like you find a girl starts playing the sport by accident, like senior 5, you're all like, okay, you just joined the sport, senior 5. So by the time you're coming to league, you have only 3 years of experience, and your game is still very shaky and very
the fundamentals.
Yeah, the fundamentals are still low. Yet for a guy, a young boy, from childhood itself, you know, stereotypes in our family. From childhood, the father has been buying him a basketball, a football, but the child has been carrying a Barbie doll up to senior 5. And then now that's when they are their first time told. Exactly. So we need that also. Like, well, I believe if those outreach programs are going to be put into practice, as she said, we shall achieve having more girls into basketball.
Definitely. Thank you for that input. Susan, what is your take? Getting young girls to love the game of basketball.
I think Sandra cannot do it alone. The Women's Commission cannot do it alone. We need the guys on board. We need you to help us. It starts with the perception. Have a better perception towards the women's game. We need your support. As a brother, as a father, as an uncle, what are you doing? I read, I think it was Twitter, someone was confessing about a girl he knew, a 10-year-old, who is very good at basketball, but her mother was stopping her from playing the game and encouraging her to do something else because it may change her physique. You understand? So we need to change our mindset towards sport. As a whole, then we also need the brothers on board to help us. If you hear of someone who wants to spend money in sports, why are you only looking at those bigger teams? Lift up another team. Look for a ladies team. If you're at office, most basketball players are even in the corporate world. If you're at office and the marketing guy is looking for where to spend that money, why don't you tell them, we have women's basketball, we could think of a team that we can use. We could think of offering scholarships to girls that are playing basketball well or any other sport. So we need to think beyond only those that have made it. We need to uplift the others to that point.
The others to that point.
Yes.
It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on the 29th of May 2021. My name is Felix Opal. We're discussing empowering the game of women's basketball. We'll return after this short break.
TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have
To get it better, just before we went for the break, you were discussing about structures. What other more things need to be done?
I think also FUBA needs to help to lobby in the government to have basketball, have more facilities. You realize you'll go to a region and there will be only about 2 basketball courts, legit, good, maintained basketball courts. So if 3 districts have like 1 or 2 basketball courts, how are we going to get the players? How are we going to better the teams? There's no way we are going to compete with football, because football has fields. Every sub-county has a field that is well maintained. So let FUBA lobby with the government or get sponsors. We need to have basketball courts in each district. Let's start there. Then the schools...
Starting with more courts in various places.
Yes. They are helping with training the coaches and training managers, so kudos to them for that. Now we need facilities. We need facilities. As angels, we usually go up country. We have camps where we try to look for girls up country that have talent, but it's a hassle. We have to transport girls from across 2-3 districts and bring them to one central district, and then we have to pay for a camp in that place. We have to pay for food and what, because we want to be able to get those girls. But if we had facilities in each district, I think it would help. And then with the facilities comes the balls. How are we getting balls into the girls' hands? How many girls have touched a basketball in their lives? So we need to start there.
We need to start from there.
Yes.
That is your view.
Yes.
To Elizabeth, some coaches believe handling a women's team is quite very problematic and dealing mostly with ladies' emotions. Are you comfortable with male coaches, or are you comfortable with having a female coach?
Wow.
As a player.
Wow. Let me first comment on what you said. Sorry, I keep going back to
it. Okay. Feel free. Okay. We are basketball.
We are all here for the women basketball.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's true. About the facilities, even within the central part, you find now, like, if 2 teams, a men's team and a women's team, are using one court, you know, if there is really not any guidance from the coach, if the girls come for training, the boys will not leave the court, unless if the girls have an upper hand to tell the boys, please let the girls train.
Please step aside, and then we also have our session.
Yeah, that's where you see also men are really biased. Instead of supporting, like that's what we would want, like support the women, you know. They also have to train. So about the emotion part, wow.
That's a part that actually you need to give us more, you need to give me and the viewers out there. We are live on Facebook. It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on this Saturday. Please, go on.
First of all, I'll say it's a fallacy to say that all women are going to be so emotional during training.
Okay.
It's really a fallacy. You can't tell me all men can dunk. It's a fallacy.
Definitely. Not everyone can dunk. No.
And you can't tell me all men. Okay, you can't tell me men don't have emotions. Also, when they're training, you can't tell me men don't have emotions.
Yeah,
Isn't that a fallacy?
That's why we see some weird fouls on when people are practicing.
Exactly, and we're now trying to create literally cause people to behave in you know, women are emotional, men are not emotional. You get? So I think what we can talk about, it's a fallacy. That's one.
It's a fallacy.
Yeah, it's a fallacy in my point of view.
Yeah.
And then also,
who would you prefer, a male coach or a female coach?
I wouldn't mind any, because my first coach was Coach Nick. and he's the one that really made me love the game, and he was really a very good coach.
We're talking about Nicolas Natwereza.
Yeah, Coach Natwereza, yeah. And I've been coached, I've gone for camps, Scorpion camps. I've been coached by female coaches, and they've also been great. My current coach is a man, and he's also great. But when you talk about that also, when you look at NBA level and Div 1 level, actually across both men and women, we have only one female coach. Like one female coach who is being fronted, that is Mavita.
Mavita Ali.
So if we are to compare, that's the female coach that has trained everyone. So and she has done it very well. So I don't see I don't see why like all that havoc over, you know, which coach is better, male or female.
Which coach is better handling a ladies team.
Yeah, but what I would also say is having a female person as on the technical team, on the coach, especially for the girls team, it's really, I think it's advisable. You know, there are some issues girls can get and they feel uncomfortable opening up to the male coach, even when he has proven to be a nice person and he can help, but then you still find it hard to be like
to open up and have certain discussions.
Yeah, but then when there is like what Angels does, Angels is really a very perfect team. You know, they have a whole team.
Do you want to join Angels?
No. I'm just giving credit where it's due. Exactly.
You might, if you moved with the contract, yes, the contract after the show.
It's okay.
Please go on, Elizabeth.
Like when you look at their team, they have coaches, male coaches, female, rather male coaches, but then on their technical team, they have women, and those women are always available for the girls. You know, you can talk to someone when you're facing an issue. Not that you not talk to the male coach, but there are some issues you'd say I would prefer talking to a female person, you know, who's grown up, you know that.
Oh, that kind of thing. To
yes. Could I say something about the emotions?
Please, that is
about the male coaches and so on. Well, for starters, you as a male coach who is coaching the ladies, are you professional when you're dealing with the ladies? Are you being professional? Are you keeping in line with business? Okay?
Yeah.
Be tough where you need to be tough. Off a shoulder to an extent that is comfortable for everyone. Don't play favorites.
The line of the extent is the issue. How does that line get drawn?
It comes from your professionalism. If you know you're being professional, then you have no worries about that line. You will not even notice whether you've crossed or not. You will never cross it because you're being professional about it. And when you're coming to coach the team, find a way to have the girls know you're there to help them better their game. That is the essence of you being there. So be that professional person. If you're not professional, the girls, for lack of a better word, are going to take advantage of you. They are also going
explain further.
They're going to let their emotions fly around because you're not being professional. You get? But stand your ground and be professional. And like she said, if it's a girls' team, have women on the team to help the girls. If you have two coaches that are males, if you can get a medical person who is a lady, it would be good. If you can get a manager who is a lady, that would also be good. You understand? To be able to help in those issues. So that if the girl cannot talk to the coach, they can talk to that person. And for issues that the coach feels they don't want to get into, they can ask the female person to come in and maybe talk to the player.
And liaise with the player.
Yes.
Try to.
But for emotions, even guys are emotional. We have seen them on games and the guys...
Very emotional.
They are fighting. How many times have you seen girls fight in the game? How many times have we fought?
How Elizabeth is emphasizing it, very emotional.
Very.
We never fight on the games. We never fight in training. It is very rare to find the girls fighting during training, but the guys are always blowing each other.
It is common practice even during training sessions.
So who is being more emotional in this case?
In this case,
who is being more emotional?
No, but the emotions are on court, off court. It's a done deal. Everyone done and done.
So who has told you the girls are being emotional off court?
It depends. It stretches.
It depends.
If you allow
That is
it,
the statistics.
if you allow it, be professional, and they will also treat you professionally.
They'll treat you in a professional.
But if you decide to be fluid, they're also going to catch up on that, and you'll get sucked
and then
in.
you'll just end up having
You'll
a
get
fire.
sucked in, yes.
Exactly.
And lady, don't give mixed signals. Be direct. If she's not doing a good job, tell her this and
Upfront.
this and this. You need to improve this and this. You don't, there's no need of you pulling her
babysitting.
aside and putting your arm around her. Tell her, you know what? Be clear. Let her know that I need to better my game at this. If you come to a ladies' team and you decide to play favorites, that's where the problem will come.
Yeah.
Let them be equal.
You get divisions within the team.
Yeah.
Yes, don't play favorites. Come, deal with them professionally. Everyone is on equal footing. Whether older player, junior player, they, in themselves, they know their place. But when you're dealing with them, they are one equal. They are all your players on the team. So be professional and you'll be good.
Yeah.
To Elizabeth,
Yes.
as we're winding up, Power basketball team is in a crisis. What do you think should be done? They fired the old coaching staff, brought in new, not new, okay, for a former coach, Bani Sankunda and Karoli Sereko. Was that the right move in your view as a basketball player?
First of all, I'm not going to lie that I know much that's happening in Power right now. But what I've heard is that they've lost all their games, yet they have a good, like that team is really good, their roster is good. Even before season, you are seeing their pictures flying everywhere,
Yes,
their pre-season picks and everything, they're everywhere. And of recent, I was talking to some man, he's playing in FUFA, but big league. I was talking to him and I told him, someone who played against your team, these are from Kabali. I'm from Kabali. So I was telling him, someone who played against your team told me that if you guys stick for some good time, you're going to become a very good team. And come next season, you're all going to, your team is going to get promoted to FUFA, the big league, the Premier League. And then I told him, but one issue I have with your team is the continuous change of administrators. You know, today they have a coach, the next day they have a media
after
press.
a couple of months.
They have a media press, the coach has been fired. And I'm all like, yo, they get a new coach.
What's going on?
Yes. So I think there's a way that really affects the players, that sudden change all the time of administrators. This administrator has been maybe pro you guys playing this kind of game, and then now these administrators want you to play this kind of game. All these facilitators, or rather this administration has been facilitating your transport, your feeding, and maybe the salary has been good and allowances. Now this new one is saying, no, we're going to reduce this because of this. So now that brings around, it brings around fighting among the players with the administration. They're all like, no, these are not giving us what we want. And then maybe some players are still, they are still siding with the old coach, like, why did this happen? Why does it have to happen? All those fights end up, you know, making the team weak. Yeah.
So you believe that shouldn't have happened?
Yeah.
Definitely. That is your opinion. And Susan?
I don't know what is going on in the Power camp, but if that is the coach they have had before, and it wasn't as bad as it is this season.
In the Power camp, in my view, Power is powerless.
Power is what?
Powerless.
Powerless. Not yet. They are still in the league. They are still playing, although they have lost a couple of games.
They are bottom of the table.
Well, if the coach has been delivering results, and come this season something is not working out, we all have a bad day at office.
Yeah, that's true.
Give him the benefit of the doubt.
5 losses consecutively is not a bad day at office.
It can happen to you in a season.
Have
you looked at the losses and by how
over different weekends?
What is the range of the loss, and what is he dealing with this season?
Well, he has a new team.
Thank you very much.
They have a sponsor who flashed a dummy check of 200 million. So we believe that they are the most funded team in this league. They went for a team bonding retreat.
Yeah.
You know, So everything that should be done was done. Now the action on the floor is not translating into wins.
Felix, you've played basketball.
Yes, I have.
Chemistry is not built in one retreat. Can you build team chemistry of players in one retreat?
Definitely you cannot.
So what was the coach working with? That is also another thing. I am not sure what went on, but I am giving the likable what could have happened. First of all, he's having new players. If he has been delivering before, sit him down, sit the players down, have a dialogue. This is where we at. How can we be better? What aren't we doing? Give him the benefit till the end of the season. Do an appraisal. Because if you're sacking him in the middle of the season,
3 quarters to the season because they're left with 4 games.
Most probably you have not done a complete appraisal of him for that whole season. So there's something you have not learned. Because if you get him sacked in the middle of the season, there are things he's also not going to tell you. I mean, you've let me out. I am not going to tell you what is going on. How sure are you that the next person who comes on board is not going to start in the same mess that I was in?
Okay.
So I think they could have let him ride with it till, in my opinion, till the end, then sit down, have an appraisal of him, let the players also dialogue about what went wrong and what went right, and get better from there.
To the viewers out there, Elizabeth,
Yes, please.
please give them a recap of Score Beyond.
Oh, wow. So Score Beyond is a women-based organization.
I would also love to know much more about Score Beyond.
Okay, it aims at uplifting girls' lives through sports, but the major focus is basketball, and then it also aims at uplifting their health, both on court and off court. It has been in existence since 2017, and it has held a couple of camps before COVID disrupted the whole process.
Okay.
Basically, it aims at nurturing their basketball and bringing you up holistically as a very good sports lady. When
you say basketball, on health, on court and off court. Off court, health-wise, much more elaboration, please.
I should have actually said mentorship, because mentorship would even cover the health part. So it's beyond basketball. It's not just about the game. You know, it has...
give me those details. The nitty-gritties of Score Beyond.
Okay, so just like... so it's about mentoring the girl child. It does more of selection of girls with potential. It also carries out camps in areas, for example, the Great North and East, where basketball is not really fully developed and the girl child is still facing so many issues. It aims at uplifting those girls, bringing them up, you know, enabling them to get scholarships in these different institutions. Even Tazad girls get scholarships outside of Africa, And then the mentorship part, we have a number of people who come and mentor the girls. And definitely.
Where do these mentorships happen from exactly?
Yeah, it holds camps, and then it also takes advantages of, advantage of stuff like, for example, this league, but I don't think this league we're going to carry anything because of the whole pandemic stuff. But like if there is national games or regional games, to take advantage of that gathering and to select out the different girls that come to the games, and during the process of those games, they will have their own sessions. They will, you know, liaise with the commission or the organization that is in charge of that activity to have the girls mentored. Yeah.
There are viewers out there who would love to know, they have daughters, they have nieces who want to play and be part of Score Beyond. How do they get to Score Beyond?
Well,
do you contacts offices? How do they get to enroll?
So what I can say about becoming part of Score Beyond, I think it's more of, it selecting you because of your interest. If you don't show interest in the sport, then how is it coming? There's no, I think, to come.
Interest also has to
Yeah,
you, but
the
then
interest has to be two-way. So my first interaction with Scope Beyond was because I got invited. It was an invitation camp for 60 girls, and I was among the girls selected countrywide to go for the camp. And I'd selected them from nationals. So maybe that's why I would call upon schools to invest in their girls, like let their girls play basketball, because that's how we shall support you. That's how we shall know there's this girl who plays basketball and she has a potential to become a leader, not only in basketball, because we shall mentor you not only in basketball, but also in your life to become, you know, a community person.
I have a niece who wants to start playing basketball. How do I get her to join Scope Beyond? Or I should bring her to Angels?
Well, we don't have really that.
Should I bring her to, should I bring her to you?
It's okay. You can choose whether you want to take her there or you take her to me.
What we do as per now, we don't really have the provision for the young children, but of course there are other organizations and setups that are there that cater for children. For example, there is iHoops. Is it called iHoops?
Yes, iHoops.
iHoops. Then there is this thing that takes place at Fusion every Sunday. So those that's depending on their age, that's why you can enroll them.
And there's Angels, which has a grassroots program.
Okay. It is the 29th of May 2021. My name is Felix Opal. In studio, I've been with Susan and Elizabeth. As we wind up the show, your last word to our viewers. You first, then Elizabeth, and we wrap it up.
Well, today we were talking women's basketball. You as a gentleman out there, what have you done for your sister, for your daughter, for your niece that is interested in this game? How have you supported them? Come to their games, buy them shoes, get them a water bottle, give them a pat on the back when they are doing well. At work, if there's a CSR, you throw it towards the women. So let's all be in. At Angels Basketball, you're welcome. We nurture children all the way from primary. We have a team in the grassroots. If you have a child who wants to play basketball and then primary or secondary, our training grounds are Police Children's School. Then the senior team trains at City High. You're welcome. We nurture the whole being. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. Elizabeth, last word as we wind up.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. We have been talking about women's basketball, just as Susan has said. Susan has talked mainly about you as an individual, but then I'm also going, as an individual, as a man, as a woman, I'm also going now to talk about girls. You as a girl, what are you doing? You have to show interest that you're interested in something for other people to now start investing in you. You can't say you love sport, but you barely watch women's sports. You have to prove to the world that this is what you want and this is what you want to venture into. So show the interest, and that's when you have maybe your father, your mother take up the interest, be like, yes, I know it may not be easy, you know, we have all those issues at home, girls can't do sports, we still have those challenges, but once you show them that, yes, I'm ready to play sports and that's what I want to do, trust me, they'll be there to support you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Felix Opal.
I started playing music when I was 9 years old in 1945, and up to today, I'm still learning it.
welcome back from that break. This is the Sunday Sunrise. I hope you had a great time in that worship session. Now, somebody may be out there, Dennis, wondering, how does one become a worshiper?
How does one become a worshiper?
Yes.
First of all, worshiper, worship must have an object. Yes. For you to worship, you must have something to worship. So, how does one become a worshiper? And in the very sense that I'm born again.
Speak up, Dennis.
Yes. In the very sense that I'm born again, and I
coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
You should not know, but it's a person I think you should know if you're into business. And she's a CEO and the founder of SIL Uganda, and of course the Landa Christian International Christian School,
yes.
Christian Academy. Yes. Doctor, to start with, the ice is broken. If we're to go back 15 years ago, where would you be and what would you say about your life?
Okay. 15 years ago, backtrack 5 years, backtrack.
The bad lady from Kamuja.
I wouldn't want to put the bad. I would want to attribute it to the good lady of Kamuja.
Of Kamuja,
Yes.
So welcome to the show. We want to start from a very lighter note. So who, in a nutshell, is Dr. Jeanpo Olowo?
Okay, yes. As you said, Jeanpo Olowo, I have a doctorate. That's what qualifies me as a doctor. But if I'm to describe myself, I'm a person who loves God to start with. Because God, for me, is the center of it all. Then I can describe who I am. I got born again kind of way back in my high school years. And I come from a big, I call it a big African family. I'm one of those siblings. And majority of us are ladies in that family. Brought up by a lady called Mai. Now we call her Jaja Mai. I think everyone who has lived around Kamocha area, Konta Africa area, they know a lady called Jaja Mai. So that lady brought all these girls up with one boy. And he took us through school. We went through quite an interesting childhood. You know how being a lady, bringing up all these girls, you know how they attribute that you only have girls, you don't have boys, the stigma that is associated with it. She was able to, you know, to penetrate through and persist. And having had very little bit of opportunities to go to school, she said she's going to push her girls and boy to school. So I went through college. Most of my college is out of the country. Lived a couple of years in India. Worked in several countries. Worked with multinational organizations. Enjoyed living around leading majority men. A small tiny lady who's a Ugandan, African, you know, all those things, leading men. So And then a few years ago, came back to Uganda, started a school, an international school, started a consulting firm where we provide services on helping women, small organizations, small entrepreneurs in building their wealth so that, you know, we end this vicious cycle of poverty, because sometimes we do not know these things because we were never told. I wish, sometimes I go back the years and say, I wish I was told some of the things I know right now. I think I would have been a better person. So that's a little bit of Dr. Jeanpo in a nutshell.
Wow, wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you're joining us from all across the world, we're live on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube, and you can share with your cousin, your grandmother, your niece, your sister, your brother. This interview is going to be probably the best interview we're going to have this week with Dr. Jeanpo. Dr. Jeanpo!
Yes.
The name
sound
French.
Yes.
And yet you are an authentic Ugandan lady.
Yes.
How do you derive the name?
Okay, the name Jeanpo, you know, when you're growing up and you're given these names, these interesting names, and I know kids nowadays, when we name our children, we give them a little bit understanding and better names.
Yeah.
So as we are in high school, as gone through my primary 7, I think one of my siblings used to study French, and she studied French for a long time. And we used to say that you will never finish this French you're studying. In fact, I think she'll be laughing about this talk, because if you put her in a place where people are talking in French, I bet she'll be able to pick just a few words. But she went to this French class as long as I got to know. So as I was growing up, this is a name I picked up, I think, in primary 7. In some of those names, and I added it onto my names, and I killed my other name. So if somebody calls me by that other name, I know they really know me. So I picked up that name because of that small story of that sister of mine of French. But it doesn't mean anything anyway. So it's a combination of my many names put together, and it sounded so beautiful in my ears.
And it sounds cool. So if you appear in France, for example, somebody would think you were a very serious French lady.
But of course, I speak a little French.
A little French. All right. So I want to just take you straight. This is the CEO bench, and on the CEO bench, we get to talk to executive people who have made it in life or who have reached a certain. When we say you've made it in life, we're not saying you're so rich. We're not saying you're so wealthy. We're saying there's a wealth of information, of knowledge, of experience that you go along with that we should be able to learn a thing or two from. And the moment you cross into the executive life, things begin to change. You begin to look at things from a different perspective. You're responsible for people's lives and directions, and you look at our vision. I want to take you straight from the point of being a CEO. What is it like to be a CEO?
Now, I think being a CEO has a lot of attachment to a person of who you are. Because being a CEO is like being, if I get the acronym right, is a Chief Executive Officer. Meaning there are other officers below you. You're just the chief. So there are many more people that you're working with. So it's like being at the top of the organization or whatever company or network you're in. So you're leading these people by example. You're leading them by the way of life. You're leading them by your character. You're leading them in vision. You're leading them in direction. You're leading them in everything. You're setting it out. You're setting actually the ball rolling, because you want to take these people to a certain place. So being a CEO is like you're visionary. You're the driver. You're the driving force with these people who are working with you. You know, when you work with them, then you'll achieve where you want to go. So being a CEO of this company, of the schools that we have, and we hope to, you know, to build in future, to expand our sphere of influence, is like taking the driving seat.
Why the school, first of all, to start with?
I know that God has given me a gift of the ability to be able to pass on knowledge and to teach. I remember when I was growing up, I used to teach people. I think even in my senior 4, I taught people computers. I didn't know that it was some passion that I had. But you know, doing stuff that you just do, in fact, and even not even get paid for. So this, a friend of my sister sends us computers. He used to work with the UN, and he sends us computers. And they were lying at home, and I would call in people, come, I teach you for free because I like tech. So I would teach. So the teaching skills have over the years evolved. So when I finished my university, I come back. The first opportunity was to lecture. So I went lectured. I remember the college was, around Bombo Road. And then I got an opportunity to lecture in International University. However, that story also ended there because there was no value for money. I was teaching, time is passing by, and you know when these universities are starting, they have a lot of promises. They'll tell you they're going to give you this rate per hour. And remember, I used to stay in downtown Kamucha, and then I have to travel all the way to Kansanga through the park. Now, that's another story of how we came to buy a car for another day. So in the park, they would tell you, vow, 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 vow. So that, yes, in the park, you know, when you're picking the taxi to go to Kabalagala, and then I call them the gaddy guys, the wheelbarrow guys, yes, they are, exactly, they are pushing away, they are pushing you away. So as they have not paid me for almost 2 years.
And
you're teaching, hours are going. I said, I need to be able to equate this skill with money. So then I get an opportunity to work as an intern in the investment authority. So teaching has always been a passion in my life. In fact, if you work with me, or if you've been around the circles of the people with me, you'll see that I pass on a lot of teaching skills in terms of hands-on. Yeah.
Doctor, we want a very fascinating story right there. And quite often people think that CEOs are people who have not been through certain things in life. From what you were saying, it looks like the journey was not a journey of just, refined human being coming from a very good family and have arrived and going up there.
Yes.
And that's why I ask you, what is it like to be a CEO? But let me take you just a little bit back.
Yes.
Whenever we hear that somebody is a CEO in terms of leadership, because you talked about leadership being being a CEO, chief executive officer, means that you are responsible for so many people below here, and you make certain decisions in line with the directions where the company or an organization wants to go. Even as a CEO of a family, you know, the father is a CEO of the family. In your case, the mother was a CEO of the family. You've talked very profoundly about it. We don't seem to think they work. We simply think that they just go to office and chill and relax, and others do the work. But you said you were working, and things were not adding up. How were you able to pull things around, to turn things down, to get your time, which was being used, which you said did not give you much, to now the time that is being paid to where you are?
You see, in life, you must have a direction and vision. So that direction and vision is very much parcel of who a CEO is or who a leader is. So if you have somebody who has no direction and purpose, usually they tend to have no direction completely. So even having persisted in that area of my life in terms of teaching, I had an ultimate goal that this is just a transitioning, but one day I'll be somewhere. Because with the many diverse gifts that God has given me, so once that opportunity ended and an opportunity came through of investment authority, I excelled so much that they could not believe that, interestingly enough,
a fresh graduate from university.
Yes, interesting enough that I'm not very gifted in size in terms of body. So they see this small chap, doing so many things in a very short time. They give you internship, they tell you they line up 101 things, and within 3-4 hours, you have completed them. So I was able, to know that I'm here for a season. And once this season I have fulfilled this purpose, I'm supposed to be moving to another place. So being a CEO and a leader, you must have focus, direction, you must have guidance. Like you gave the example of the man in the house. He must have direction. Imagine having a husband who does not have direction at all. It can be disaster. And God calls us to be such people in the family. So you're the man who gives direction and where the family should go and how Christ has been the center of the church. So having direction, having vision, having focus, having a destination where you want to go is a driving factor of how you would want your life to be. And that frames you as a CEO that this season you're going through may be momentarily. In future, you're going somewhere because of your goal. As I said, my belief says, write your vision on tablets.
Yes.
Place it out there and look at it and say, am I on course? If I'm not on course, then you go, you press on. You may be with people that are not contributing to your factor or to your vision. That's when you need to make the tough decisions and say, if this one is not plugging in with me, what should I do? Do I give them more time? Do I give them less time? Or do I make the hardest decision and let them off? So direction, passion are your 4 goals that, keep you going and keep you focused.
Wow. Well, if you're joining, this is the CEO Bench where we get people like Dr. Jeanpo Olowo to actually speak live to us and share their stories. Doctor, we're going to go for one more question before we take a coffee break.
Cool.
And that one question would be how to start. First of all, before we go to how to start, I want to probably just bring it from the leadership perspective. This show is about leadership, change management, and transformation. And all of these things they're talking about, it's key to us. If you do not have leadership direction, you cannot move. If you do not have a vision written, you cannot move. Mission written, you cannot move. Doctor, is it important for a leader to first of all lead self before they can think about leading others?
In my opinion, I think if you cannot lead yourself, you cannot be a leader. It starts with self-leadership. Now, what is self-leadership? I don't want to get too technical or too PhD here.
Yeah.
Self-leadership.
We can take the class from this Good Friday. Yes.
Self-leadership is when you're able to manage yourself. Yeah? I'll give you a practical example. You have this fellow as an employee in your office. He is informed that he's supposed to be in office at 8 o'clock and he's supposed to leave maybe at 5 o'clock. These are his terms of reference. This is the work he's supposed to be doing. And then probably you give him room that you check on him once in a while, like in a month you check on him like once. Now this fellow arrives in office at his convenience. He does not check in with the boss to say, probably I had a family problem. Like in Uganda, we like to use the excuses that I have this, I have... Now today, perfect excuse is it has rained.
We said the time to start the show at 11. We've started the show at half past.
And then we attribute the problems to the rain. So if somebody cannot guide themselves in order to manage their time better, to be able to do certain things, then that person cannot be a leader. So a leader, or being an effective leader, starts with managing yourself first. That is self-leadership. If you commit yourself to do something, let's say I committed I'm going to be at the CEO bench at a given time. I'm there at that time. But if I'm not able to come, I communicate and be able in time, not after the fact. So you're able to govern your movements in a way that you yourself, you're confident that there is no one watching me. I've been able to manage myself. So if you're able to do that effectively, then you're able to translate that to some other persons. Those are the people you'll be leading, because you've already, you've already gone the hurdle of leading yourself. And I guess yourself is the much more difficult person to lead. So if you can lead yourself, then you can lead others. So it starts with you. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you are thinking of becoming a leader and thinking of becoming a CEO and you are still a cleaner on some office somewhere, I think Dr. Jeanpo is telling us you need to, first of all, waking up in the morning at 6 o'clock to go to office is in itself is self-leadership. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, management of time, effective management of time.
Yes, and then you going in the morning to, you know, saying, okay, no one is seeing me.
Yes, and you chill.
No one is seeing me, and you don't cheat your own time. It's important.
Exactly.
Doctor.
Yes.
This is probably a very good interview. I'm enjoying this interview, and I hope somebody else is enjoying the interview. Please share this interview far and wide. This is, you never know if you're ever going to get this opportunity again. And this is the CEO Bench, and we talk serious stuff.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you another question, Doctor.
Yes, yes.
Just before we take that coffee break. If I am trying to become a CEO,
yes,
and I do not know how to become a CEO, but I'm trying, but I don't know what it takes. I see Dr. Jeanpo doing this. I see them going places. I aspire and admire to be who you are and where you are. What should I do first? You've talked about self-leadership.
Yes.
Is that all I need, or there are more things I need to do to organize myself to get there?
To start with, you should have an interest. In every one of us, in every sphere of influence that we have, that God has given us, we are leaders in a certain capacity. So, you remember I talked about vision and direction.
Yes.
You should start by wanting it. Because you cannot get something, it cannot just happen to you, or it just happened to you. So you must want to go there. It must be something you want to get to.
Yeah.
So it must start with a desire.
Yeah.
So once that desire is in your heart, then you start channeling the processes that need to get you there. So one of the processes was said, self-leadership. The other process is you need to be an effective person in managing your time. You need to be a reader, because you can never know everything. You need to know that there are other people who are gifted in this area that are better than you. Have a mentor in place. Watch some person you love to follow. Follow them to the dot. If you love them, follow them to the dot and understand what are those things they're doing. Now, your market niche, where are you as a person in your business sphere? Where are you? Are you in the music industry? Are you in the consulting industry? Are you in the organization development industry? Or are you just a businessman? So what are those things that people are doing better to advance yourself? So what do you need to do as a person to get better? Remember, what I didn't mention is your character. Character is a very important key in terms of your leadership, because character is what sustains you in the hard moments. When the going gets tough, it's your character. But man, it will destroy you just in a twinkling of an eye.
Yeah.
Remember, you can build trust over the years, but that character, like a small thing, can just, make that trust diminish overnight in just seconds.
What would you qualify as character? We hear people talk about character.
Yes.
They say that your talent will open the door for you, your gift will open the door for you, but your talent will sustain you.
Yes, your character will sustain you. Yes, yes.
What is character?
Values. What do you subscribe to? What are your ethical norms? Like me, what defines me? When I say I'm going to charge 10K, do I mean what I say? Do I walk the talk? If I promise that I'm going to give Eddie an opportunity, do I fulfill it? Or if I'm running business, let's say you're a grocery vendor, and they told me a story of these weighing scales, on the way they do stuff to the weighing scales. Yeah, am I very ethical in that? If I bought a sack of 50 kgs of posho, and I've done my computation and I don't seem to be making a margin, then this fellow puts another gram on top of it, so that every time they measure and they give the customer the back, so that they make margins. So character is your values, your dealings, your norms. What do you subscribe to? What defines you? When we say Eddie, what defines him? So character, it's a whole dimension of a whole lot of course that we can talk about.
And you're saying that without that, you cannot be a good CEO?
No, you can't.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jeanpo is on fire. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Doctor will be answering the questions on change management. We've talked about leadership, we talked about self-leadership, and she'll be coming back to talk about change management. And after that, we will talk about transformation. But of course, we'll also share some stories from SEAL Uganda, and of course, the Landa International Christian Academy, that is where she's a CEO, where she sits every single day. But of course, remember, if you're looking for consultancy in business and financial management, she's right here. We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench. Welcome back to the show from that break, and I would like to encourage all of you to basically go on our page, whether on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, and drop a question and comment for Dr. Jeanpo to answer. She is here as the CEO of Landa International Christian Academy School, and as well as SEAL Uganda, which is a consulting firm. Now, Doctor, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Before I take you down, you got some people, of course, watching here, quite a number of them on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Facebook.
Yes.
You are on fire as a CEO.
Yes.
Most times we think CEOs don't work. I will repeat this.
Yes.
And most times we think CEOs just like to take big fat checks and don't, you know, work for it and stuff like that. You have worked in very many places, grown up in ranks.
Yes.
Tell us something that we always don't seem to get right. The law of process states that leadership develops daily, not in a day.
Yes.
But the young people of today, we want to see me quick and make it fast. I want my thing right. I want to drive this engine now. I want to, build my car, build my house and live in this house quickly. What was your journey like walking through the staircases of Kampala streets from bad woman from Kamocha to a good woman from Kamocha? And working in Asia and in the UK and many other places you've been to. What has been the journey like?
The journey has been quite interesting.
And I'm talking about the foray into the CEO that you are now.
Yes, it's been quite interesting. It's been quite interesting. But I want to kill that myth of people thinking that CEO just, they just relax or in their CEO seats and believe that everything is going to be taken care of. Let me assure you, you dare do that, you see your business scrambling. Now, having attained the statusship of CEO, you have gone through several layers of building the pillars of your organization or company. We talked about character. So when you build these things and self-leadership, these are your values, these are your norms, these are the things that are passionate to you. So when you build them up, they kind of anchor your company and organization. So a CEO must be able to lead by example. You see, when you're telling people to be smart or casual smart, and then you come in shorts, so what are you exhibiting?
Yes.
It's like people will recognize the actions more than the words. So being an effective leader, you must walk the talk. If you're taking people to a direction or a place, you must channel these people to that place that they see the passion in you as a CEO before they actually get there. Because if they see the passion in you as the CEO, they will run with you. They must be able to rally behind you, because a leader rallies people. You don't have to be so charismatic. Somebody can be so quiet, simple, and very collected, but has a huge following, because people are watching their actions, their movements. Are they walking the talk? So being in the CEO drive requires that you hold all these things together as you're also hands-on. Being able to nurture people, being able to guide people. Remember, effective leadership lands well when you've left a legacy. And that legacy is only left when you have groomed other leaders, that in case you go away, the company or the organization can be able to sustain itself. Of course, we've had stories of where the owner or of the vision bearer of anything, when God calls them, bingo,
and things die.
Things die. Yeah. That means you did do a very good job in nurturing and coaching people under you, chief executive officer, officers below you.
Well, you're getting this clearly from the PhD holder, and we're not doing this at the PhD level yet. I know they often have these jokes on the streets of Kampala and all across the world that PhD holders are people with permanent age damage. Now, I want you to share your story, Doctor, with us.
Yes.
Were you always thinking of where you want to be? Were you always thinking of where you want to be? Or did you just realize this along the way that, okay, I need to be here?
No, me personally, I'm a dreamer. I dream where I want to go. I foresee it in a dream. I mean visions, not like a physical dream, like I slept and dreamt.
Yeah.
So if I want to go somewhere, I dream in my mind. That's where I want to go. Now, I started with a salary earning that was quite interesting, that if I told the millennials today, they would be very shocked. But that was not an end in itself. That was a means. Because then I'll be able to get experience.
Yes. Then I'll share that salary. We have to know this salary, because sometimes we're talking like this and people think that is a joke.
Yes.
Yes.
I think I was earning less than $15-20. That's about less than
a day, a month.
A month.
30 days.
Yes, 30 days. You see, when you tell this to a millennial who wants to earn about 2 million shillings, which is about $400,
yes.
They think you're joking. But the means to an end for me was to attain experience, because these organizations have exposure. You meet so many people. So by interacting with people, you understand that this is how I relate with Eddie. Eddie is a short-tempered, I don't mean that you're short-tempered,
yes.
but in
that's okay, yeah.
Yes, he's a short-tempered person. So if I relate with, because it is an organization, I also don't have to outburst. Let's say if my other colleague is a slow, moving person, this is how so you understand the different dynamics of teams and how to work in an organization and how you play organizational politics. If you want to move an idea, let's say the salaries are low, how do you lobby? Lobby, you see, some of I don't want to go into this political talk,
yes.
but some of our leaders into the positions that they are in
of
leadership, where there are leaders politically, they do not know how to lobby properly. For instance, I don't have to subscribe to the same party to be able to lobby for my district.
Correct.
I can be an effective lobbyist. I'm in the corridors
with your
lobbying,
ideas,
yes, with my ideas, lobbying for. I have 2 districts I belong to, so I'm imagining I would lobby for Tororo.
Yes.
And I don't have to subscribe to the party. But you see, they've not learned the gimmicks of being effective leaders, that you don't have to agree all the time for resources to come in your area. So it is understanding how best can you navigate through situations like that. That makes you an effective leader.
Yeah.
Now, when you've been able to understand that in your course of life, of your leadership journey, you're able to climb the ladders, because that for me was a means. So I knew that through this I'll get to this, through this I get to this, through that I get to that, through after a couple of years I should have done with employment. Now I am my
there.
own, yes. So that I'm able to do certain things for myself. That's why you're able to call me for this CEO. I would have told you now I need to request my boss, you know, put in a memo, and then he allows me. But you see, you make your own decisions, because after a given time of life, you need to be able to manage your time effectively so that you leave a legacy.
Doctor, that change is not very easy for everyone.
Yes.
And a lot of people struggle with it. A lot of people don't know how to go about it. I want to encourage you to send a comment or question to Dr. Jeanpo, who is here on the CEO bench. Please give us your kisses and disses. And I say this with reservation. Kisses meaning if she's doing well, flying kiss.
Yeah.
If we're not doing well, this. But this while you know that she's a CEO and you may not be able to make it to the CEO level, that's something that is very important for us to do. So we're going to take some of the comments from here. This is coming from Ezekiel Igadube, says tune in and enjoying Doctor, thank you. And I see here Dr. Caroline saying great talk.
Yes.
Yes, Doctor, first of all, we are sorry that the show delayed because of rain in Africa. We always blame the rain, so our camera person blamed the rain, and the body man blamed the rain, and he says, rain is rain so much, I can't carry my bike somewhere. So we were forced to stay here with Doctor to have coffee. And I see here, so Caroline, I see here, Chaya Cave, they're just watching quiet.
Yes.
I want to read for you a comment coming from London. Somebody coming from London says, Eddie Okila, thank you very much. I always look forward to the CEO bench. The lady on the CEO bench today is really amazing. I'm enjoying the moment with her and the talk. She's really real and being a typical real person. Many CEOs don't have connections to down the earth people. I think he means people on the bad man from Kamucha. Yes, the Kamucha people. And could Doctor share a little bit more about how practical, the practicality of things if I want to become a CEO from nowhere to somewhere? How do I start? For example, if I'm earning, a doctor said she earned less than $50 when she started. For how long did she stay at that less than $50? And how long did she take to turn around her life to manage the change of times and the difficulties in getting money, managing a family, trying to build a career? I mean, how did she go through this? All right. Well, Doctor.
Yes, that's an interesting one.
Yes.
So, how long, practicality?
Yes.
You see, I don't know, I would recommend you read the book of Stephen Harvey, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
Yes.
That to start with, if you've not read that book, it will help you, you know, reorganize yourself. You as in self-leadership, it is one of the books that can help you in governing yourself. Now, it helps. One of the first effective habits that you need to develop is do goals. You can have short-term goals, long-term goals, or very long-term goals. And I mean short-term goals, you can have them on a scale of 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. You can even break them down on daily. Like today, what is my objective today? Like today for me was to come for the show. After the show, what will I be able to do? Of course, apart from the mishaps that happened in the morning, then go visit my nephew who was operated on last night, and then pray with him and encourage him and tell him he's able, because he's writing exams very soon. Now, I've dissected my day in a way that I still have time to even feed myself. So as I was driving to this place, I usually like to use my time. I was listening to some of podcasts about leadership. Now, you've been able to dissect your day in such minute ways in order to live a productive life. So one of the habits you must develop is structure your time in a way that it is constructive, because that is very helpful in redeeming. And then write down your goals. The person needed practical. Write them. Where do I, okay, I'm starting to work, maybe I'm from university, I've not yet started working, I'm looking for it. One of priority job, rather objective number 1 would be either start a business or look for a job. Now, you see, when you write the goal, then it leads you to the next thing. So if I'm to start a business, what business am I going to start? What am I passionate at? Or what do I enjoy doing that my passion will be able to drive me to this thing that even if they woke me up at night, I will not complain. As I gave you the example, even as I lectured, even now when we started the school, I can even do it for the toadies because I enjoy doing it. In fact, even if I don't get paid, I enjoy doing it because your passion is able to anchor you in that role. Now, what are those things you're able to do? What finances are associated to this kind of thing you want to do? Now, in that job where I was earning less than 50 bucks. So I said, okay, I'll be here. My objective in that time was to attain experience.
Wow.
Because I already had a master.
I just want to hold it there. You know, most times the young people, when you talk about experiences, right. Am I going to eat experience? But what doctor is saying is actually very, very important.
Yes.
Because if you don't have experience, you don't have bankable fingers.
Exactly.
To be paid. Yes, go on, doctor.
And right now the trend has changed, if you've not noticed. For those of you who are watching, the trend has changed. In fact, in some jobs, when you're looking for jobs, they will tell you they need this exposure. And then the academic credentials come after. They say if you have this number of years of experience in this given area, your academic credentials is a bonus.
Wow.
So experience is key. Now, experience in what? In how to relate with people. Now, you've been in a home of just the two of you, maybe your mama and your brother and yourself. So you do not know how to relate with people with diverse attitude, perspective, people who have been in diverse kinds of lives. So when you're in an organization, you're able to interact with these kinds of people. You're able to understand organizational etiquettes. You're able to understand boss-subordinate relationship. You're able to handle your temper issues. Maybe you had temper issues. You know these kids that you punish and probably they run away from home and they come back in the evening because they've not. Now, in an organization, you'll be punished. Probably they'll tell you, extreme ones, no paycheck for you. You run away? Next month you need a paycheck. So you need to understand that experience is key. Sometimes money is not the first thing. Money is important because we live in a monetarized world. It is important. But if you know that you can patch in here and there, first attain the first objective of attaining experience. Now for me there, I attained experience. So shortly after that, what did I add on my credentials? So I started feeding myself in understanding all other spheres. Now understanding which roles. Okay, if I was able to take on this other role, what competences do I need
to get there?
Yes, to get there. You see how your objective is being realigned better? Every time you channel it in a certain way, it is realigned. So that way, it governs your day-to-day. Now, imagine if you started doing that at an early age. By the time you get to where I'm at right now, it is just a walkover. It's just a walk-off because these are habits you have built. Even in channeling your lifestyle, it cuts across in the family, it cuts across in how you manage your finances, it cuts across in how you manage people. So these are small practical, of course I just named one practical so you can imagine.
Doctor, we're going to listen to our next point, which is change management. If you're following the show, this is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. In the studio is Dr. Jeanpo Olowo, who is a very serious person. She's the CEO of SEAL Uganda, and of course the Landa Christian International Academy.
Landa International Christian Academy.
Yes, I have been able to baptize it.
Yes, you're giving it an interesting name.
Yes, but on the CEO Bench, we talk things that are very serious, and we're talking about change management, leadership, and transformation. And then, of course, we have Doctor here sharing her story with us of how she has made it in life and where she is. I'm going to read just one comment here. Coming from Chaya K. Cave, says, at times, it's hard to make the transition from a job to actually doing your own thing. How does one do that, doctor?
Okay. Now, it starts with planning. You're in a job. You're employed. You need to know when do you want that to have a cutoff. Let's say you're employed now. Let's give an example. You're currently employed and you want to go into self-employment in the next couple of months or in next couple of years. I could say months, meaning 24 months.
Yes.
So you plan that. And then you say, now that I'm in employment, you channel all your resources towards that. That what business do I want to do? Do I want to go into full-time consultancy? If I want to go into full-time consultancy, that means I need to build my network. Because you know consultancies is derived on networks. Who do you know that does this? Who knows this that does organization development very well? It is a referral process. Then the next 2 years, you're building your ability to be able to be sustained in consultancy. Then how much money do I need to start? Then you begin saving. You begin the income spread. When your money comes in, how am I going to spread it? Then you begin your investments, if you're not doing them, that this money, so that you avoid the sourcing from a bank. Now, most of us do it in a reactive form. Let's say you're going to start, okay, you plan to go for full-time business, or reactive in the sense that you're laid off. And now you're in an age bracket where you can't be able to be getting jobs or the smaller jobs. And maybe your credentials, your educational credentials are now minimum because you did not foresee or you did not plan to add. Remember, objective where you want to go. Now you're in a state of quagmire. You do not know what to do. Now you become a reactive kind of leader. You say, okay, I'll go into the chicken business. Eddie is doing chicken and he's doing so well. Every time I meet him, he's telling me business is doing so well. So you get this small money. In fact, you do not have any investment. You go to the loan shark or you go to the bank. And then the bank asks for interest. You forget that this is a cost to you as a company. You get that money from the bank, you go start a chicken business. But you hate chicken. You even can't clean the chicken poo. Yeah, you hate it. Now, how can you be able to run that business? That's why I say passion has a lot to do with it. When you don't just copy. In Uganda, we love to see. We love to do this.
We love to copy and paste.
Exactly. Yes. Because so and so is doing it so well, I could also start it. So when you have written down your goals and plans that where you want to transition, then that is a bit of a safe cushion for you. To be able to transition into self-employment. So that is key, that you move from this place to this place, not summarily when they terminate but even when they've terminated, you have to transition yourself in a better way. That way you can manage stress better.
And that's the change management we're talking about. Doctor, our time is fast spent, but we're going to go in here. There's a request here for us to increase you some more minutes.
Okay.
Yes, and somebody saying, I'm enjoying the show, Eddie Killer. This is really cool. It's what I needed on a day. But this is change management. You are watching the CEO Bench, Dr. Jeanpo, Olowo in the studio, Eddie Killer, and we're going to the change management, and doctors talked about the transition from your employment to the next. Doctor, many times change management has 5 steps.
Yes.
I've summarized them to 5 steps. And these 5 steps are usually prepare the organization for change. You are a CEO, and you often think about the next direction of the organization and where it wants to go. But more importantly, you have led other organizations before yours.
Yes.
Before becoming a CEO of your own company or your own organization, you are leading. In Europe, in Europe, do they communicate change? And do they communicate these steps when they are communicating change? And how do people react to them?
Okay. I'd like to relate that to a practical example.
Yeah.
When I got this opportunity to go to Asia, actually the organization was going to be shut down. So they recruit this, my boss tells me this story that when they say they're bringing this African lady, who is, it's a male-dominated country, actually in the organization that employed about 1,300 staff, you would find ladies about 30. And on the senior management team, we're about 3. Now they bring this African lady. In fact, the driver who was supposed to pick me up said he expected a very big lady. So as I walk through the clearance of the airport, he's looking and saying,
then
this is like a backpack. And he looked at
the new boss.
This is the new boss.
Yeah.
So in this organization, I was my main role was to turn the global office's opinion about the office. Now, that was the communication that I was given. Office is going to be closed down. You need to improve the procurement and ethical dealings of the organization because there's been mafias in the organization.
Wow.
So now this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Now, remember, you're African, you're a woman in a male-dominated environment. Now, you're supposed to execute this change in that organization. So for me, the first thing I did, because I've done a couple of them with different multicultural organizations, I started with the buy-in. The preparation.
Wow.
You see, the buy-in. You start talking.
Leadership, the law of connection.
Yes, yes. Get to know Eddie a little more. How are you, Eddie? How are things here? Then they begin opening up. Now you're receiving acceptance. Remember, you're a foreigner who's being brought in to do certain things. So you're beginning to communicate the change you want. Now, that communication is not the one I'm talking about, the one that is in the processes. This is the peer-to-peer communication because you're getting the buy-in first. So once you have that buy-in, then the next process would be the sale of the vision. Here you're selling the vision to the team you've been brought. Now, it was revamping the whole procurement and finance teams. Now, these are guys who have spent in an organization 40 years.
Wow.
Now, you're dealing with stigmas. You're dealing with insubordination issues. You're dealing with your woman.
Sense of entitlement that I have been here longer.
I have been here longer. What are you
saying?
saying? So it is very important, if you want change to be received or to have change runners with you or change agents with you, they need to first get a buy-in. And that buy-in gets onto the relational. That's when you step into your style of the relational kind of leader, understanding who your teammates are. Then there you will be able to understand who are those people who are going to resist. So that, because in change management, you will always have the resistance. You will always. However effective, you will do it. So in that process, you, after understanding, you begin rallying the people. Now you get to that third stage of proper communication of change, which starts from the top. Now, the top, when we say we are going to change the processes. In fact, I remember I had a face-to-face meeting with my boss. We were changing processes. Now, I'm telling my boss, you know what they're doing? They come behind my back and come to your office and talk to you and say, you know, boss, sign this, sign the other. But you know, we are changing the processes. So I told him this is what they've done behind your back. So immediately he scribbles an email in affirmation of what we have agreed on and said, no check payment shall be done without this change leader's signature. You see, now when management is subscribing to the change, or when the top leadership are subscribing to the change, that means they are walking the talk. Then the next step then would be change the structures to be able to affirm the change, because there is saying you want this to happen and you're doing nothing about it. So it's like doing the same thing and expecting different results.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jeanpo is on fire right here on the CEO bench. You're going to take us more than a small break for the coffee, and when we come back, she will be talking about transformation. We want to know how the transformation happened in that organization and the foray of that transformation in that organization into the one called Seal Uganda now, where she sits, where she's a founder and of course the co-founder of Landa International Christian Academy right here in Namulanda. If you are looking for it, find out in Namulanda around Entebbe Road. That's where the school is, and she's going to be telling us why they are very much focused on the 7 habits of highly effective leaders, as well as the character traits training in that school. We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench.
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you are actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is I've written a book which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually streaming from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent UK.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeitodeke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Eddie Okela in the studio, and this is the CEO Bench. In the studio is Dr. Jeanpo Olowo, who is a PhD holder with a wealth of knowledge and experience in financial management, as well as human resource, and as well as
business operations.
Business operations. We also have operations in our homes. They are businesses managed by family, and somebody is saying, so I ran a family business, and I think they resigned from their job and then went to try and join the family business, and
Yes.
he's saying he regrets everything that's happened. He feels like he did not manage the process very well.
Okay.
Yes. But doctor, you were talking about your time in Asia.
Yeah.
Many years in Asia and many, things you've done there. Let's get straight to the transformation.
Yes.
That organization that you had to transform and
Yes.
change and give them a new direction, was this change communicated to people, and how was it received? And did you experience transformation there? We're talking about transformation
Yes.
at the organizational level,
Yes.
transformation at the individual level, and transformation at the society level, and then transformation at the national level or
Yes.
international level.
Yes. You see, the effective journey, or to have a very effective change process, communication must be done very effectively. Now, what do I mean by doing communication effectively? You must pump the change until everyone is dreaming change. Now, in this case, the change process that was happening was supply chain processes. You pump it in the SME meetings, you pump it, we used to have assemblies on Friday, you pump it in the documentation. CEO writes an email every morning about the change. In the chapel, we used to have chapel, it is communicated. So this communication has to be constant. Then, having done the formal communication in writing, then you break down the structures in terms of policy. It must be documented in policies. It must be documented in every single document. In fact, even the stakeholders, the vendors that we used to work with, and also the children, you communicated. So now, once that change is enveloped in every stakeholder you deal with, then the transformation is easier. That transformation means the 360 degrees change. This is how we used to do things, but with this new change process, it is a 360 degrees. You change completely. Kind of like when you get born again. Yeah. You're expected to have a 360 degrees change. Yeah. Of course, most of the times we change as the Lord allows us to change progressively. But the expectation is a 360 degrees change. Yeah. And that's when the transformation begins. Now, what is transformation? You change everything you're doing. If it is the processes, that means what you used to do last year is not what you're doing. Yeah. You have changed. The names of the staff members, they used to be called so and so, they have been changed. They're completely new names. So everything in the organization has to be attached, because now you're gluing the transformation. Because you can talk about this change and you're not in the position to glue the transformation. And then you give the leaders that you're now electing to, to champion the change, you're giving them responsibility, and you've given them proper delegation with powers. Do you know that there is delegation without powers? And that's a killer in leadership.
In fact, it's one of the biggest problem we have in Africa.
Yes.
It's being said, I've delegated to so-and-so, but so-and-so has no power to actually communicate or to push action.
Exactly. So you incapacitate those people who are change drivers. You give them the authority and power to be able to make decisions. Then only the transformation can be effective. Now, my role there was to transition it, to be able to hand it over to somebody else. And that's now the 360-degree transformation, where everybody is talking about the thing. In fact, after that 1 year, we got an audit, and everything that was red, for those of you who know finance, when you have a red flag into your audits, that is very bad for you. So you need green ratings. Green ratings mean you're doing good. Financial risk is low, the procurement risk is low, the personnel risk is low. So all your ratings were green. In fact, the donors were turned around. So transformation, including that bit of the donor closure, they changed, and they came visiting the country almost every 6 months.
Wow.
To check on what kind of that 360-degree change that happened. But the effective tool was...
The CEO, the leader who was brought was small, who they didn't see the size.
To this relational kind of leader. Yeah, and that's how the transformation fully came about, that they, up to today, they are still using those processes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Doctor, thank you very much for coming to the show.
Yes.
We want to wind up the show by talking to you about Sail Uganda.
Yes.
First of all, what is Sail Uganda, and why did you start Sail Uganda? when having gotten the good transformational, you know, development where you are, why did you feel like you needed to leave and come to SEAL, and what is SEAL about?
Okay. Now, as the previous person wrote in comments and said that one of the biggest challenges is transitioning from employment.
I can read that to you again. It came from Chaya KK. It says, a time is hard to make the transition from a job to actually doing your own thing. How does one do that?
Now, you must recognize time. You see, as we said, change is a fact of life. So change is something that is going to happen whether you like it or not. At one time, Eddie, you did not have beards.
True.
Now you have beards. Did you want to get the beards? It's a fact that it had to happen. So it's like transitioning. You must recognize that change is coming. Who knew that COVID would be here a couple of months ago? Nobody knew, and change has happened. So you must be able to position yourself. So we knew that at a given time X, you must be self-employed. And with self-employment, you must be able to channel these commitments into your own business. So I know that I am very effective in coordination, administration, business processes. So if I could do that good job for somebody else, why else? Why not in my own company? Now, SEAL Uganda is a consulting firm. It is co-founded by myself and my sister, Dr. Caroline, where we offer services, advisory, coaching services in the line of, for me personally, finance and business operations. So we help small, medium, and micro organizations or individuals build their wealth to transition from certain segments to a certain place. If you're tired of this vicious cycle of poverty, if you're really tired of that cycle, then SEAL Uganda is your actor in the Christian values. It's a Christian school, so we are very patent to the Christianity in our lives that God has impacted on us. And then we do, within SEAL, we provide financial services to vulnerable people, like the youth in our area, the children who have started businesses. We offer usually that service for free in that area. So we've rallied with the knowledge that we have. We've rallied people around, and we are helping them because we need to grow together. If we need our areas or our villages where we live in to develop, we need to, I hold your hand, you hold another person's hand, and that's how we're going to grow and get out of this vicious cycle.
Wow. Well, Doctor, we got a question here for you saying Bend or Tatina.
Yes.
Tunemugisha said, thanks CEO for that message. And Kawume, thank you very much for joining us on the tail end when Doctor is almost done with the interview here on the CEO bench. But I have a couple of questions here saying, wow. She's talked about business operations. Can Dr. first of all expound more or enlighten us more about business operations? We often hear business operations. This sounds like more of a CEO language and PhD holder. Can you break it down to me? If I have border businesses, how do I manage this?
Okay. Now, business operations is people management, logistics, your supply chain, your procurement, your finances, your administration, your coordination. So business operations encompasses everything that an organization needs. And if you have a border business, you need all those segments. How do you manage your people? How do you manage your client relationship? How do you talk to them? Do you greet them? If you're a vendor in the market, do you wash your vegetables? Well, you would want to go back to this sabji. I call them the sabji wala. In Asia, they call them the sabji. The guys who sell the vegetables. I would want to always go back to this person who washes their Monday, properly packages them, and then the one who offers them dirty, because you're adding a little bit of value to your business. And that's what brings a customer. So business finance is in its own, and business processes, so it encompasses everything that an organization needs.
Wow. Well, you've got that on right. And somebody's saying, can you please ask Doctor before you close the show one more thing? When she talks about financial discipline, can she share how do we attain financial discipline in our businesses? It's really difficult when you're coming from salaries where you are earning salaries to where now you have to make money and you're responsible for other people's needs.
Okay. Now that's an interesting, it starts with how you spread your income and the discipline of making your financials right. Now, the difference is now, somebody else from an organization was managing your finances for you. Now it is your responsibility. So you must make sure you separate the accounts. You must make sure you don't run your business as your wallet. Business goes through the business channels. If you said you've earmarked this bank account to receive all the monies, channel all that money, you must make sure you have documentation. Documentation meaning you spend on dinner, coffee, lunch for a team of people, get a receipt. Don't come with verbal knowledge, because after 3 weeks you will not remember that you had lunch at Indiro. But you see, that money is drawn out. Stick to the way you spread your money and use the personal withdrawals. Personal withdrawals simply means when you spread your income, let's say this month, when you have tallied your expenditure and income, that will only be possible if you've documented it. Now, if without documentation, you will not know how much money you've made. You will not know how much expenditure has gone out. Then within the expenditure, you pay yourself. And on your payment, you're free to do whatever you want with your payment. But having made a clear distinction of how you channel the business money. So this person, to start with, must understand that now they are responsible for their finances. It's no longer somebody, some accountant in another department. And then make sure, or go to NASA, print receipts, print invoices, print performer invoices. Make sure your documentation is right. Download an app that can manage your finances than doing it manually, so that on a given month you have all the records. You have your ins and you have your outs.
Wow. Doctor, we have come to the end of the show. We want to just ask you, first of all, Seal Uganda, thank you very much for coming. We're probably going to bring you back and talk about Seal Uganda at some point. And but Landa International Christian Academy, from Kamucha to Landa, means you are a bad man from Kamucha, from Kamucha to Landa. Why did you move from Kamucha to Landa? What's the story behind this?
Now the story is, we grew up in a very noisy neighborhood. Kamocha.
Yeah.
Now there are advantages and disadvantages of such areas. Now in Kamocha, you can go at any time and grab something to eat. Now we moved to a place called Namland in Tebe Road in I think in 2009. Now the beauty of the lake and the serenity of the birds. So I love birds, I love nature. So we needed to move to a place, you know, where there's peace. You know, you sleep and nobody's saying, come on, Chantinda, come on, Chantinda, Mkoto. You see that ring in my ears. I needed to have a place where, you know, I look at nature, I look at the beauty and behold the goodness of the Lord. Now, as we moved in our place, we believe, again, according to my belief, is when we get in a place, we take territory. So we trusted God for space and He gave us land, and we were able to invest and also invest in that school, and started the school because we wanted to nurture the younger minds to be able, you know, to be the impactful leaders in our future.
Wow.
Which is tomorrow.
Wow. Well, we've come to the end of the show, Doctor. Thank you very much for coming here. We bonga, and we want to say thank you. And we would like to toast to the CEO bench of our coffee. And we'll bring in the show to an end. Until next week, we'll bring you another guest. This has been the CEO bench. My name is Edio Kela, Dr. Jeanpo. Follow right here, Seal Uganda, Namolanda International Academy, Christian Academy. Please visit them and make sure you pay them to give you business operations consultancy. Until next week, God bless and stay the CEO that is connected to the down ground.
Yes.
itaranto hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe umwamuha itarane eshanu undi amuha ebyiri undi amuha itarane imwe itagirira kabiri maze umutwara arazinduka maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za taranto nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza agenzura amesha hano uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo agenzuramo ebyiri maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icobo ayishamo ya taranto aratinyuka arayitabaye nuko imitsi irahitindi irataha maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi eshanu uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike nico gitumye mbegurira byinshi ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja maze wa wundi wahawe itarane imwe itagiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayivovota cane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye na munagane itaranto narayitavye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabute we esi ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasanga inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itarane 10 igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi ibikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo tarantu twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho. Itarantu yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye. Itarantu yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye. Mbakumbuze igitaramo cy'iwacu. Iwacu turatarama ngwino urare. Iwacu turatarama ngwino urare. Iyo dukoze ku nyamirya iz'ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore. Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira intaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba, mu bakemba. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka. Iwacu turatarama ngwino urare. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka. Turatarama ngwino urare. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka.
Epana biso tolinga kobina. Epana biso tolinga kosepela. Elongo tobina. tolingana
tugusogogeze ku ntango y'amahoro nkwibutsa umugani wa nyashya na baba inkuru ya saruhara rwa nkomokomo cyacana ndetse na ngunda tugutaramiye ganuzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama ngwirurare aho dutaramiye nta rungu tugutaramiye ganuzagaruka turatarama ngwirurare
tolingana biso kaka kosepela
tugutaramire ganuzagaruka turataramira ijoro tukarita hanze cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje reka ntugatsikire cyuringanje nuko umuco wacu ntugacike